What? What? I'm so good!
Now all in silence in a 1v4. He takes 2. Down goes both. Can he stay alive? He downs another 1v1 on the Kento and he wins it!
Clutch this round out for IF. He gets 2. That's the defuse. That's huge. Mikey, no social
Oh my!
on the drop. Where Subarctic is sprinting around desperately, and we're going to overtime.
Oh! Oh my God! Ashen! It's high noon. There's the 1v2 and 5-1-1/2 for Surf. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to SCS Season 6, Stage 2, Grand Finals. An entire season, an entire split of play has led up to this exact moment right here. Dallas Vendetta, one of the top Challenger League teams, that's Tier 2, going up against Wichita Wolves Academy, the undisputed top of T3. My name is C-Daps. To my side is Cookies. How are you doing today?
I'm doing fantastic. I'm feeling fantastic. Damn, I'm looking fantastic too. Let's talk about the semifinals, Connor. We had a long week. We've just been going at it. We've just been grinding. And we got ourselves down to 2 teams, but how did we get there? Let's see some replays. Newers. Is this just a Newers highlight reel? He did a whole lot yesterday,
it is new crew for life for Dallas Vendetta. But Snake was trying his best to dethrone the new Challenger League king. And they got pretty dang close. Sure, this map was really back and forth. It went to overtime. Dallas Vendetta edges it out. And then you go towards the next map. Chess Club kind of laid the whopping on Dallas Vendetta on Cafe. It's a 7-1 victory.
I think someone said, it was the funniest thing. Someone said Snake had negative recoil during one of the Jaeger clips. And I couldn't help but Joker laugh at that one.
Yeah, he really knows his way around the recoil of the 416. He's been playing the gun for quite a long time, so it makes sense. But then you go towards Villa, and all of that smoke, all that talk from Chess Club was completely silenced. Dallas Vendetta started off 6-0 on their Villa attacks, and there was a lot of anger and animosity in that game, where ultimately Dallas Vendetta, they land their way into the finals.
And of course, one shot. Team Net was a finalist last stage. They ran into the meat grind. This was actually a finals rematch, just straight up. This was the same. I mean, the orgs were different. You know, Wichita Academy was their time, but it was a rematch. And well, I hate to say it, Connor, one shot kind of folded. They kind of folded like a bunch of. I'm gonna say I'm not gonna use my folding analogy yet, but you know what I mean. One shot kind of they got taken to the club. You know what I mean? Tossed out back.
Yeah, it was not fun. It was ain't nothing changed but the weather moment for W Academy. Still just rolled up 2-0'd, one shot, nice and easy, just like the 3-0 they delivered to them in the grand finals of Split 1. Now you have Dallas Vendetta against W Academy. And like you were alluding to earlier, Wichita Academy, under the guise of Surf Esports last stage, they already won that stage and have punched their ticket to the Pro-Am. They are confirmed. they are locked in with a good seed. With a good seed.
Don't you think for 1 second, though, that they're going to be like, we're locked in.
No, they want the money.
And they want to beat these guys because, you know what else, C-Daps? It's not on the bracket here. We haven't showed you that. But if you, let's say you hadn't watched SCS all season, these guys played.
Yes, they did.
Stage, Dallas Vendetta won that one. And it was 7-5, 7-5, 7-5. It was like a 3-map affair that way.
8-6. The final map was 8-6.
I mean, it's just like, trust me, you want to win that rematch, and you especially want to win it when the stakes are higher. And of course, we said it. We talked about him earlier. Look at this guy. Tops in 2 of the more epic categories that everyone looks at: entry and rating.
Yep. And like you just said with entry, the biggest thing for this matchup is how prolific both of these teams are in the early round. 4 of the top 5 players for entry are in this lobby. 2 on each side. Newers, Ashen, ReedSync, and Giddy. Sure, it's a little bit weird to see ReedSync up there in the top 5 because he's playing hard support, but we're just going to let that one pass.
We're going to let it pass in a good way. We're going to give him a pat on the back because you know what? No, I'm not gonna stand for read sync, any sort of read sync discrediting. Let me tell you, this guy was MVP, my opinion, in the finals last stage. And here he is, right back in the finals this stage, topping the leaderboards in ways you could not ever dream, even in survival. When your support is surviving, I think that speaks to how nasty his team is. They tend to do a good job at just killing things, I would say. Would you agree? I mean, this isn't a hot take.
Yeah, I do not think that's a hot take at all. And especially for Wichita Academy, they are a 5-man roster of just potential game changers at any moment. They can pop off, they can frag, and there's not really any standout player, quote unquote. Like, sure, you can say Ashen, you can say Asian. They're kind of expected to, but everybody on that team can just really do well. However, there's another roster coming up that we got to talk about. They go by Dallas Vendetta, formerly known as Investigation File, the Challenger League team. Enrio, Vivid, Giddy, Kento, and Newers. But big one, those final two names, Kento and Newers, they are the new players. Sure, new crew for life, gang, coming out. You can make a little pun with that. But the new players, they are the lifeblood of this team. If Kento and Newers in the early round are not popping off, we can really see kind of the old IF, old slaughterhouse kind of vibes come out on the side of Dallas Vendetta, where they can be sluggish on their attacks, they can be hesitant to move forward, and it almost feels like they need everything absolutely perfectly wrapped up and tied in a bow for them to be able to accomplish anything. And for them, they are also going to have a bunch of crazy underagers swinging them at all moments. We like to talk about the AAA combo for Wichita Wolves Academy. That's Ashen, Asian, as well as Ambi. Those three players need to be shut down entirely because they were relatively quiet in that first BO3 that we saw during the group stage, and that led to Dallas Vendetta's success.
Definitely. And, I really echo your sentiments as, we're going to talk about Wichita Academy a little bit more here. Their epic graphic that's going to pop up any second. Those guys, I said it before, they got a lot they want to prove. Dallas Vendetta has a lot they want to prove. Both these teams, yes, they may be locked for the Pro-Am or whatever, but they want to win this game. And if they want to win this game, it's pretty simple. I think you said it in the pre-show or pre-ish show before we even went live. We were talking about how if it's a Newers gets one and that's it, no one else gets a kill. That's not difficult math, C-Daps. I'm pretty sure that means that the round's not going to progress, and that means that Dallas Vendetta is going to lose a lot of rounds. So they need to get kills on everybody. It's not just Newers running in, getting the kills, and then that's it. Nothing else really happens, which we talked about. That's shades of old SH. That's shades of the old IF that we don't want to see in this game. It was really something that they kind of managed to avoid in the first game. We talked about how AAA kind of got shut down in the group stage, or as close to getting shut down as you're going to get. Definitely going to need to get everyone showing up for Dallas Vendetta, everyone pulling their weight, not just one guy kind of doing a lot of heavy lifting, because this is a full stack. This is as complete a roster in Tier 3 that we've seen in a while. And a lot of it, look at the stats. Ashen plus 35. Holy cow. That's really good, right? But look at the other guy. Wow. I didn't realize his numbers are that good.
Yeah, he definitely got juiced up after last night's showing as well. Plus 52, very similar cost on both of them with very similar survivability, but you can argue for Ashen's side playing the Kaid. He's not really an aggressive Kaid running around roaming. He's kind of like soft anchoring on site, sometimes in a room just next to the bomb site, which also can be said about Newers on Wamai, theoretically. But if you've seen him play Wamai, you know that he's just sprinting around and killing people.
A la Razor, a la... Anyway. C-Daps. I'm sure you're excited. If you can't tell, I'm about to burst into flames right now. One, because my sweater is really hot, but two, because we have maps. The players in the lobby ready to go. They're typing ours. So let's just go through it really quick, C-Daps. Let's talk about it. This is best of 5. Both teams got, let's say they got maps that they really like. I would, there's not a map in here that one in particular really stinks at. I would argue. That's not really an argument, I guess. Unless you're ready to argue. Are you?
I'm not really ready to argue. Interesting for me that the clubhouse was not necessarily picked outright, especially for Dallas Vendetta going towards Oregon. Wichita Academy are very comfortable on this map, and when you think about a best of 5, your first map, it can't be banned out. You have your pick of the litter, all 7 maps, you just decide, hey, we want to go here. This is where we want to go. In Oregon for Dallas Vendetta is a little bit of a question mark in my eyes, but as we know, there's a giant saying for most of the T2 scene of Pedro for PL. So hopefully he knows what the heck's going on, as well as when you see Wichita Academy's pick for that coastline, that definitely makes a lot more sense. They're an aggressive, loose roster, and we have seen them have a lot of success towards that map. So much success, in fact, that most of the time it gets banned out immediately.
Well, you can't hide. Not in the best of 5, baby. No hiding. You gotta do it on all the maps, damn near. But yes. Wow. You disagree. You think Dallas Vendetta's winning this, huh? It's funny because that's why I said, like, you were making that point before we hit the live button, right?
Mm-hmm.
If Newers doesn't pop, this gets really lopsided very quickly. Kento, we love Kento. We love Kento out here. This is a Kento household. But
it is.
There's no denying he hasn't had the same impact that Newers has had. Newers has had the greatest impact we've seen in the whole season, period. Right? That's like if we were grading the offseason pickups, they get an A++, right? So, I mean, it's a problem. Of course, this is already a Dallas Vendetta team. I'm sure this is why you made the decision, right? I mean, their team, they were already good. They placed well all throughout 2021. They had their missing piece added. Is that your thought process? I want to say it is. I'm picking your brain.
I just think going forward, there's been so much Tyler, Clorox, Kento, last name slander. I believe that this is his time. I think this is a Kento match. I think overall, with Dallas Vendetta knocking off Chess Club, that might have just been enough of a similarity towards the Wichita Wolves Academy playstyle. Now we've seen, yes, they can take care of it on a consistent basis. Already winning the first matchup, already winning the Chess Club game. It's like, okay, old Slaughterhouse investigation file, whatever you want to call them, now under Dallas Vendetta. They had struggled against that aggressive loose playstyle, but I think they've finally gotten it figured out.
Definitely the pickups. They did what they needed to do. They added their little bits to get to this championship moment. This is what they built this roster for. This is what they literally made those controversial moves for, to win championships, to win rings. This is Oregon, baby. And of course, yeah, Thatcher's getting banned. Studying development, CDAFs. Flores.
Wow, Flores is getting banned too. Whoa, crazy. Falcon Mira. Oh my gosh, color me surprised. I am shocked, gobsmacked, whatever word you want to say.
Yeah. Okay. You know, it's Oregon. We know. And that's the funny thing about it. There's nothing special about it. Neither of these teams are going to come out and do anything crazy.
Nope.
Who's better? Who has spent more time in the weight room, CDAPs? We're going to find that out today. A grand final. Not number 1. Let's get it. We're going to be going to the basement first. I see an Ella. We're going to be tracking whatever Newers is playing all day.
Yep, and with the fact that Maverick is up and being played by the side of Wichita Academy, it doesn't really make sense to bring the Cade for downstairs. Instead, they're going to be using it to hide the good old ward and bring an extra shield, but more importantly, have a potential trump card towards Ambi's Capital. If that is kind of the catalyst for the execute Wichita Academy are going for, send in those smokes, remove some positions outright with the fire. Either the fire gets caught by Kento's Wamai magnets, or you just have Giddy, who is a very, very good player, just peering through the smokes like they aren't even there.
Yeah, that can do it to you. They've had some really nice Warden 6 picks over the course of the past year. This one's no different, so we'll see how that pans out. And I'm really going to see how that Capital pans out, because, I don't know, it seems relatively unique in a sense. How often do you see a Capital smoke execute in this day and age?
Yeah, it's been a while, not since the Ying Glaz meta. But even sometimes with Capital, but I think overall, I was going to try to justify that maybe we're overthinking and Ambi is just picking it for the LMG. But no, he has the para. He has the para.
Oh, I was thinking maybe he's doing it for the Ard Breach charge, maybe? And that's just the cutest option, Fits his astrology sign the best, potentially.
Maybe, but you also have Reed on the Hibana. Hibana not being banned is something that almost seems more rare nowadays than it used to on a map like Oregon, with how integral the hatches can be towards the basement attacks. Most of the time, like in a similar vein towards Clubhouse, removing the Hibana makes it a lot easier, and overall will make the attack waste more time getting certain bits of map control.
Definitely, we're talking about map control. I was gonna say Kento is playing really aggressively on the stairs, but he's just popping a drone or two. Well, I want to remind you all, that thing's going to be crazy. Nobody's going to run up freezer stairs in their first minute. I think both these teams sometimes get a bad rep for being just, CL teams, see-through teams. Oh, they're just going to run at you and do this and that. I mean, this is pretty disciplined siege we're seeing thus far. Of course, it's round one. Everyone's nervous. Let me tell you, everyone's heart rate is just palpitating. So everyone's just thinking about what they want to do. It looks like we're thinking, for Wichita Academy, a freezer push. Looks like the whole damn team's stacked up here. And of course, we talked about pre-round, Giddy on that Warden versus the Capital, who's on the front side as well.
You're going to have to definitely smoke off rotate holes or make sure that certain swings cannot come through, as the shield is probably going to get burned outright due to the sheer amount of utility going its direction. But right now, it does indeed stand strong. Kento regenerating those magnets might not be fast enough as a nade flies through, but unfortunately it misses, and Newers is going to get the first frag onto Ambi towards the bottom of main stairs. Toxic Babes, they're flying in the direction of Freezer, making sure that Wichita Academy, they can't push forward, especially with how much damage those fumes would do due to the adrenal surge of Asian. Back down towards the main stairs, that's where Spiff has reclaimed the mantle that Ambi fell from. No spokes, no fires, it's just going to have to be good old gunfights.
I think attackers there managed to cross. I guess cross that rotate, but Kento handles it immediately. For a minute, I thought there was some sort of opening for Wichita Academy, but we see the same thing that occurs on a lot of different front pushes. Just a stall city. They're unable to clear that shield, but Reed pushing up with that bearing on the Hibana gets one kill, but unfortunately, it's not going to bear any fruit. Newer's he's making that look like it's 2017 all over again with the Ella. He got the opening kill into that Capital we talked so much about. I think it's the final kill there and makes it look, as I say, negative recoil.
I mean, hey, the Scorpion, that's a lot harder to control than something like the 416. As much as old Jaeger players might complain nowadays that, oh my gosh, the 416 is so much harder. Playing Jaeger isn't as fun. I have to actually think and use my mouse when I aim. But with Ella, that gun gets a little bit wild and can get away from you. It gets a bit squirrely, if you will, but under the careful guiding hand of Newers, it just looks so incredibly easy. And for the side of Kento on the Wamai, a really well-timed play, aggressing towards the concrete box of Freezer. As soon as Wichita Academy, trying to solve the mini-games of utility inside of the bomb site, got distracted, that's when he struck.
They just, quite frankly, you're seeing where maybe that floor has been hurts. Of course, they banned it on themselves. They're unable to clear the shields. It's kind of hard to deal with that guy. It's already hard to deal with him when he doesn't have a shield and, all this other good stuff, the map working in his favor. Oregon is a concrete block. Talk about it all the time. It's very laney. It's like playing a game of League of Legends, but guns and one-shot headshots. And then you've got
soft destruction. No grass to hide in.
Yeah, you don't have... I don't see a world where you're going to beat this guy off with shield like that without clearing it. So something going forward, obviously CC Ambi has not elected to bring the Capital this time around, opting to bring the Zof, something maybe be a little more helpful in terms of clear. I don't even think he got a smoke or a flame off last round.
No, he didn't. He just got immediately
He just got obliterated. So
immediately eliminated. And overall, not having the Zofia, it did feel like for Wichita Academy, they did not have enough utility to break down the Jaeger ADSs and the Wamai magnets and everything being brought by Dallas VENDETTA. And they just had to try to funnel and challenge those shields. Like you were saying, there's very few players in this lobby that are going to lose gunfights when they have a shield to play with. Enrio up in the top of Big Tower, trying to stop any pressure towards Big Window. If it's Ash and he starts peering off and peeling to his left, they might just see his body, but he's barely around the corner. Enrio not able to land shots yet, but he's going to keep on staying patient. I don't know how long it's going to take. I think Ashen understands that if he goes too far. If he drifts too far away, he can be shot and exposed to an additional angle. But as everything else is set up, the entirety of the Wichita Academy attack is going for this direct master push.
Yep, no one in tower. I mean, you can see because Enrio's, you wouldn't be able to play this position if someone was in tower. He does finally, Ashen that is, kind of exposes himself a little bit, but you know, Finka is an operator. We'll heal him up a little bit. Right back to around half health, maybe 35% if we're being generous. But as you said, not a lot happening anywhere else in the map. Map control is extraordinarily limited. They haven't even dealt with the mute, it looks like. Wow, we are just... What? How did he... Oh, I guess they did, but I don't know what just happened. Vivid just crouch walked out of a Habana hole. That's something you should never see. And then he just turns around and pumps Ambi like it's nothing. Swings in a trophy, trying to find more. Spiff just has his back exposed. Vivid with 3, and it's just Ashen all of a sudden because Vivid crouch walked through a Habana hole. I cannot. And how is that mute jammer still there? I have so many questions. Not enough answers. Ashen's probably like, what the hell? And he just gets taken out. 4K from Vivid. And Dallas Vendetta exploding in these first 2 rounds. You have an explanation for that?
No, but I thought Vivid got the 3rd shotgun kill when he turned around and blasted him, but no, Enrio snagged that kill in the meantime. I thought it was going to be even crazier than it was. I thought right there that pump killed Asian, but that was stolen by Enrio. But you know, I just have one thought racing through my mind right now. I don't know what Pedro's doing over there, but and Wichita Academy are going to continue to look at this loss on the attacks. Then I no longer question the Oregon pick at all. With the way the Dallas Vendetta are playing, it's just so firmly rooted in utility and just enough improvisation and aggression when Wichita Academy starts to get set up, going for direct takes. You really just have to know exactly what's going on. And for Wichita Academy, I think that they are going into this with the mindset that Dallas Vendetta are going to be a very bland team. Just very simple, very, you know, disciplined, as we kind of known them always to be. But they have that X factor. You have players like Kento and Newers who will swing anything as soon as they're given the go-ahead. And even Vivid, the mastermind of the team, the IGL, that can just go, hey, I've still got a couple of miles left in the tank. My ACLs aren't totally blown out. I'm going to get active and absolutely break open a round.
I still can't believe he did that. Considering it was a direct take, you'd think everyone is concerned with the breach because they weren't concerned with anything else. So that was just bamboozling, let me tell you. So maybe this time we'll see more misdirection. Enrio shouldn't be allowed to just sit in the tower and do whatever. But this is going to be really hard. I mean, not really hard, but it's pretty particular what you have to do to clear someone out of T2. You can't just swing in because, as you saw there, he can just stare at the window as you swing in. That's less than ideal.
Yeah, much less than ideal. And if Enrio was able to get a kill, it could be even worse. But Newers on the other side, he's going to drop down Asian 1/3 of that triple A combo. He got aggressive towards Smiley Tower. Yes, that's the location he's at. As Enrio was seemingly fighting for his life, getting stunned out. So much utility, flashes, cutoffs, everything for Wichita Academy. But somehow he manages to slink all the way into the basement with his life, killing a minute. Not too shabby, but more than anything, sucking up 2 stuns, 2 flashes, which will no longer be utilized for burn on the bomb site protecting the shields.
And you know whatever happened to Asian, it was something biblical because, oh my god, he just blew his teammate up, but he does get the kill. And I don't know how you feel about that if you're Wichita Academy. It was an exciting moment for us, but you're still a man down. And well, Dallas Vendetta doing what they do best, quite frankly. This is when they are seemingly unbreakable. They just don't give anything to you, and they wait for you to just kind of maybe overpeak and do whatever, try to make something happen. They're really good at playing a slow game, which is both a pro and a con. In this case, it's a pro. We see not much going on for Wichita Academy. Reed's just running around doing laps. He's getting his cardio in. Giddy's just barricading doors. That was actually really, really good timing because he almost lost his life for it. But Reed's going to hit the crouch walk of a sentry. He actually finds Giddy. He's going to get a lot of control here as well. Inside of showers, if his teammate rotates to him in the right spot, in the right position, this is actually somewhat salvageable. But keep in mind, someone's above in dorms. I'm pretty sure from that position, you could do a lot of damage, especially your Kento on a 1.5. He's just going to deny, or not. He's just not going to deny Spiff from running through. And Reed's going to get another kill. So just like that, I'm just talking garbage because I'm thinking Dallas Vendetta is perfect at playing these situations normally. Oh, but Wichita Academy pulls that round back. They just absolutely salvage it off the backs of the crouch walking Maverick C-Daps. This has been a story of crouch walking.
Do you know who I blame for that round?
Yeah, who do you blame?
Enrio wasn't on the shower 90 cam.
But it was blinking, right?
It was blinking after. I believe that was when Giddy died. That's what the cam he went to. Maybe. But,
no, let's see. We'll see it again. Look. The grenade. That was ridiculous. Usually when you have that happening. Oh, yeah. It wasn't.
Okay. I saw right after the kill that it was off. But it was on right as the kill happened. Okay. No more Enrio slander. But overall, like you said, the playmaking. The crouch walk of the century up shower 90 with the Reed Sync catching a couple of kills. Absolutely massive. And that was also going towards the points that we made in the pre-show for Wichita Academy, is that any of these players can pop off at any moment. That was a 2v4 for the two supports, Spiff and Reed, and they did pretty dang well. They took out everybody. They had no map control, no utility, no way to get rid of the shields. They just had to take good old-fashioned gunfights. Unfortunately for them, Dallas Vendetta did give them those.
Which is weird. Because I'm telling y'all, I was saying it in the moment. They don't do that normally. That's around 99.999% of the time they win. They never over peak anything. They're so cautious. It's ridiculous. To a fault sometimes. But then, I mean, maybe Wichita Academy is just that good. You know, sometimes it's not about how Dallas Vendetta. Maybe they played that really cautiously. It's just Wichita Academy is good at the game.
I don't know with Giddy swinging shower 90. I don't think that's that cautious.
You're right. Also, Spiff doesn't get a lot of credit. You know, I've said it before, but he's kind of overlooked usually. Reed Sync, I'd say he's finals MVP last stage. We've said AAA. They literally have a nickname. And then there's Spiff. Well, let me tell you, Spiff is a quality player. Don't forget that he exists. It's real easy to do that, but don't forget.
They're the silent killer. Spiff in particular, a really silent killer. He'll just pick up like 1 to 2 kills around, and you're like, oh no, somebody else popped off. And then it's like, wait, Spiff? Spiff on the consistency grind makes his numbers go way up. But going back downstairs to the basement for the side of Dallas Vendetta, last time they were on this bomb site, it was an overwhelming success. I think we can all agree on that. None of their shields got destroyed. They set up the crossfires, and for Wichita Academy, their front side completely crumbled. This time, no Capital. Once again, Ambi opting for the Zofia. More explosive utility could help them if they want to go for something like a backside split or kind of any other attack. Removing the shields that Dallas Vendetta were playing behind will be a good first step.
That's the primary objective. That was just completely failed last time. So, on that Zof now, Ambi should have a much. It's still not going to be easy because Newers and the rest of these gunners more than happy to just kind of peek you off their shield. But it looks like they're more concerned with the back at this time, even though it's the same push from Wichita Academy, mostly emphasized towards the front. A lot of Vendetta defenders looking at the back right now. Of course, Asian's back there, and you can't forget that Asian exists. He's kind of had a slow game to start, but he can definitely be a threat. Spiff will go down first. Grenade in hand will just fall lifelessly to the ground and be laying down suppressed fire from the front, but nothing's really happening. Just, oh my God. Just a whole lot of Wichita Academy waiting for something to happen. And well, Dallas Vendetta will take it to you. In this case, Enrio's just going to run right up on Ashen, take his second kill of the round. I think it's safe to say, Connor, this round's not going anywhere for the attack. Enrio's going to hit a highlight reel 3 now And looking for 4, just needs to line up that last kill, but no, the SMG at long range from ReedSync. He's gonna get a second. No, it's Newers. Never mind. And Dallas Vendetta will win basement for the consecutive time.
Yeah, this attack really fell apart with, once again, somebody on the side of Dallas Vendetta getting aggressive at the right moment. In round 4, or pardon me, in round 3, definitely wasn't at the right moments. In the 4v2 to give an opening towards the bomb site. Not the right time to get aggressive. But for the rest of the times, in round 1, Kento retaking Freezer. In round 2, Vivid retaking Trophy. Then, once again, last time in round 4, Vivid swinging at the right moment to take out the player who was going to just toss a nade and get rid of the shield. Beautiful stuff. Once again, saving a shield, making sure that for Wichita Academy, they had to just funnel into choke points in lines of sights of utility. It's not fun. That's the hardest part about Oregon, is how linear it can break down towards, how funnel and choke heavy it comes in. And you can say, oh yeah, it just comes down to gunfights sometimes. Except the gunfights for the defenders are so much easier because of the shields and other pieces of utility that the attackers have to overcome, especially the clock.
Yeah, this game, it's an RTS and a shooter. And the shields are part of the RTS part. It's one of those, like, it's like a defensive unit or something. And then look at Giddy. Of course, he's behind another one. You can just fully expect there's going to be a whole lot of shield action. I can't believe Giddy's on smoke over Vivid, by the way.
That is an interesting one.
What the hell is this? Charles Vivid's supposed to be on smoke with the NAL skin on. If y'all know, you know. And this time, Enrio has been playing with fire this whole game in T2. Just waiting for, I'm personally waiting for Wichita Academy to do what they're doing right now. Just punish him for this. Because normally they have the talent, they have the ability to do that, but kind of let him get away with it just about every damn round. And that Z-ping was off, so that spray is going to miss ever so. Once again, Asian kind of starting slow. For what we expect, at least. We expect him to have like 10 kills by now.
For the rest of the attack, it's going slow and steady. Hopefully for Wichita Academy, they will not go for a full master direct that did absolutely nothing. It was not their best attack at all. Not by any metric that you could possibly find a way to measure. But the biggest thing will be how they adjust going into this one. They don't have a whole lot of map control up to this point, but the round is still young. If they decide to kind of hunt for roamers, that's where things can get a little bit interesting, because half the round is already dead. Newers as well as Kento, they're off in the basement, they're off in small tower, they're off sprawled to the heavens all over the place, waiting for flanks, waiting for openings that Wichita Academy could leave them. But if Wichita Academy kind of realize that with their drones and with their utility down below, like the nades, remove the shields, remove the power positions of the remaining anchors, they could try to go for a sight hit.
Finally, the misdirection we've been hoping and praying for as we get under that epic minute mark. Important thing here, though, is the breach isn't really, I wouldn't want to hop through that. Matter of fact, I can just tell you right now, if someone hops through that, they're gonna die. If it's even hoppable at all. And you've got 3 attackers over there. Not a lot of time to rotate anywhere else, and with Kento playing below and white stairs, not a lot of openings for the attack other than maybe an attic right here. If Spiff can win this gunfight against the Jaeger, things could open up. But right now, it's Funnel City. The same thing we've talked about many, many times. But Newer's kind of over peaks there. Considering they haven't even pushed in the door yet, maybe he's just trying to play the anticipation, play the timing, but Enrio's clutch and attic, he gets one. And that's the misdirection. I don't think there's much of an end game for this attack. If you keep in mind, everyone's got their guns up on that trophy door now. And that's Asian rather, who's going to push through. I think he actually rotated.
Yes,
I'm not sure. But getting missing a shotgun initially, but he follows it up. But it's a 2 versus 3, and the plant has not gone down yet. We're in the red zone, C-Devs. And when that happens, it's entirely plausible that even though you have the man advantage and you get through that choke point and do whatever you need to do, you won't have enough time to go with the diffuser and start typing.
Mm-hmm. Had the misdirection worked enough for Spiff to win that gunfight inside of Attic, things probably would have gone a lot differently. But Enrio, he's been shooting today. And that's to put it lightly. He's been a massive thorn in the side of Wichita Academy's entire attacks. Just him solo can break down anything. And sure, Newer's got over aggressive. I think we can all agree on that. He did provide a slight opening for Wichita Academy had they decided to fully flood in, but they couldn't do anything because of the Toxic Babe canisters, which sure we can also we're saying that, yeah, why isn't it Vivid? Why isn't it Vivid on the smoke? Giddy did a pretty good job.
Yeah, I was gonna be like, Giddy missed. And that was gonna be really bad. And that's why Vivid should be on smoke. But then everything ended up being okay. Everything was a-okay. Everything was fine. And well, we're going to kitchen and meeting. Mr. Daps. Kitchen and meeting where, I gotta say, the one round Wichita Academy was able to take. You think that happens twice? Assuming the round starts the same way? Dallas Vendetta just lets them casually crouch walk around the map and just win?
Probably not. That's a fool me once, shame on me. Dallas Vendetta probably will not get fooled again. However, for the side of Wichita Academy, they can't get fooled by the initial big tower presence of Enrio. So much so that they're pushing in from the other side. He sponged up so much utility time and essentially went 1-for-1 because of that grenade TK that everything was pretty solid. And we were like, yeah, this is a Dallas Vendetta round through and through. But if you also notice, it's a slightly different bomb site. It's the sister site as Spiff is going to hit a beautiful shot right through the wall onto Newers. The Maverick acting like an entry following a drone as the two-man support team up top is coming out and the two-man entry team is coming from the side.
This is what you need to break a choke pointy map, an up white into, not into the site, but into dorms. But there's a shield conveniently placed for that. Grenade will destroy it, and that's going to make things a little more stressful for Giddy. But Enrio, continuing his reign of terror, just swings this attic breach fearless in the face of everything. Two attackers staring him in the eye, flashbang hitting him in the face like a baseball. Asian's gonna swing though, and surely this is a kill for Asian. He swings around, refiring LMG City, but Vivid is following things up elsewhere, evening things up. And Ashton's starting to come alive though, from the bottom of White Stairs. He's gonna find one, looking for two. But we got two SMG-11s and some long-range angles here. So Vivid's gonna play a little more passively. There's a lot of time to bide here. Minute, a lot, way over a minute. Minute, 10 seconds here. No vert that the attack can actually do because, conveniently enough, Ambi has been killed.
And there's no sledge on the board for the W Academy attack. Sure, Giddy, he's going to fall away, scared by the Gemini replicator of Ashen. But with 50 seconds, it's not necessarily the worst thing in the world for him to fall back and try to bolster the site with his teammate, Vivid. Only one toxic canister left and no nitro. That's all the utility left on the defensive side. As for the side of Wichita Academy, they're looking to potentially go for this stage plant or even a rotation any other way. Asian can hold from the hatch, but Reed, he's going to have to be the one to physically get inside the bomb site, and he's going to make his way over towards the green Z Hall. Vivid locked inside of Split, Giddy all the way on the other side of the map, is going to make this incredibly difficult to stop as the stage is where the bomb's going down. Asian aggressively swinging inside the bomb site. He's going for the coverage, but it seems like the timing just narrowly missed until Asian reclaimed that hatch territory, and one of the players for Dallas Vendetta walked right in.
It's kind of what I hinted at early in the round. It kind of felt like the minute I saw two SMG-11s left on the board.
Yeah.
And they weren't playing those close angles. I mean, the thing is, you've got that attic hatch open. It's not like you can exactly, and you've lost top control. You can't just sit there in that typical, I guess, power position under the stage. That's kind of less than ideal. So you've got to play longer angles. You got to play, like you said, Vivid's locked at Split. Poor Vivid.
Poor Vivid, not taking those gunfights.
The thing doesn't have an it doesn't have an ACOG on it anymore. You know, you're just asking to get folded.
But CJ, I've been made aware that Spiker, the man knocked out early on, has redeemed cast like it's SI Grand Final. So we need to crank our energy up.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many.
Are you ready?
Is it the final round of the final, or is it just
no? It's this round. It is. We need to cast it like it is SI Grand Finals.
Okay, I'm ready to go. CDAPS, are you?
Of course.
Are you ready to? You're gonna cast this game? Okay. Reed is epically shotgunning. They don't cast like that in SI Grand Finals either.
No, they don't.
They don't. They're just like, oh yeah, he's putting down a mute jam.
For Wichita Academy, they have now completed a solid enough, a default, an expected 4-2 split on their attacking side, but now they've swapped over to their defensive. They understand that, hey, everything as it stands, it's going to be a lot easier, and starting off on the basement is definitely a great step towards a potential comeback. Lots of rotation holds, big wide roam, trying to hold as much map control as possible and suck away the time of Dallas Vendetta. That's what this roam is designed for. Util upstairs, reinforcements, rotate holes, a giant labyrinth of defensive plays is going to be brought out.
And right now you're actually seeing Newers droning in Kento. I don't know, CDAPS. I feel like that's a little backwards as Asian is looking to peer down those white stairs. Kento, I will say, though, he's already pushed up on that dining room door, looking to instigate. He might actually find a Wichita Academy defender slacking, lacking. Asian, that's a very aggressive position to be holding on the stairs, but he's going to peel off. Big window opened. And that's enough stimuli for him to reconsider his decision. He's going to run into Giddy here, though. Just pops the drone. This is going to be an epic 1v1 here to start this round out. Or not. Asian will tease it and then run back the other way. Asian's looking about 3 different directions right now. And I guess that's also a disadvantage for the attack because there's a lot of 1v1s that could be taken, that could be lost. Giddy's just shooting to shoot, and he almost takes out Asian, just spraying like a maniac. And yes, Kento finds Asian on the rotation. That's really good entry play. I was joking that maybe Newers. Why the hell is Newers droning? Kento shows me. Is that his first entry of this series?
Potentially, but with the man advantage, everything is going well for the side of Dallas Vendetta. And the time, it's looking pretty good as well. All the hatches, they are opened. They were the pathways back to the bomb sites for the roamers of Wichita Academy, all except for meeting, which can be quickly dispatched by Vivid's S-Kairos pellets. The rest of the drone work is going through Enria. We see him gathering intel, making sure that everything is safe for his hard supports to start pushing in, get open those hatches, start applying the pressure towards the bomb site, as now the drones, they're going in towards the bomb site. Dallas Vendetta slowly getting ready to strike in on this attack, use their trades, use that man advantage to their full fruition to push through. But as you push down the back tower stairs, you have the head holes that Ashen's currently playing. But he has to worry about quite a few things, and Ambi might go unchecked in this Harry Potter position. If the drone hasn't gone down, they will have no idea he's here. Spiff getting aggressive over towards Pillar. He's stripped of his vision as the drop comes through. Ambi wanting to peek out, and he's going to get the first kill onto Kento. Giddy gets a refrag onto Spiff, but Ambi, he's going massive all the way around, but Newers answers back just as well. The pistol for Ambi, that's a triple kill. Almost gets the second. But unfortunately, Vivid was there, and Dallas Vendetta take their first attack and continue to grow their lead.
Explosive attack from Dallas Vendetta, something that's oh so rare. Or that was a thing of the past. CDAPS. This team, Kento's flying in. He's even got the guy who's plus 50 on the season droning for him. Unbelievable. But Ambi had something to say about it for a moment there. But everyone else just melted.
Yep, and that was Newers from the front side with the LMG.
Naturally. But yeah, I guess going into the rest of this map, I'm not sure what the plan is for Wichita, because that was Asian trying to take about 3 different ones on the big window and mastered and whatever, and he got cut off. It's just like
it still took the entire Dallas Vendetta team to kill him.
Yeah, but when you talk about a critical point we got to shut these guys down.
Mm-hmm.
That is a textbook definition of shutting them down right there. That's the route. I mean, everything was droned. There was a drone on everything that Asian did or tried to do. And they played it perfectly.
10 seconds to insertion.
What the? Who's on a default?
To go.
Someone on a default outside pinging cameras?
Attackers are moving
Maybe.
out to locate.
Can't say I've
the
seen that
bomb.
one before.
But hey, get all the drones out of Dallas Vendetta's pockets. Because for Wichita Academy, as soon as they're getting droned out, they're getting pinched. And all the cutoffs have looked so good. But there's only been one round left on play. So maybe there can still be some mistakes. But for Dallas Vendetta taking the basement bomb site first, that's now in Wichita Academy being in scary territory of, hey, we can't defend one of the best bomb sites in the entire map. We might not be winning this. We might be at a map deficit towards a very talented roster.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Giddy. Hello. Giddy's just down the stairs already. That's how you take notes, people. That's how you end up on the top of the entry leaderboards, doing crazy stuff like that. That's not really crazy. I guess it's cheeky. Let me change my wording there. We have the warden remashing, but there's no blindy things or any smokes. So I guess he's just playing it for the gun now, which he's needing because he's only 3 and 6. Listen, I say only 3 and 6. You expect guys, the Ashens, the Asians, they should have 30 kills by now between the two. You see just how more beatable they are maybe when those guys are playing more pedestrian, not superhuman.
Superhuman indeed. But all the map control once again in the side of Dallas Vendetta. It's more so what they do with it. That's really what the round boils down to. You can get first and second floor control with relative ease on the basement, but with the strat that Wichita Academy are going for, it's a lot more bolstered in the anchor department. A lot of shields, a lot of just players and crossfires established. And a lot of players like Ambi just getting aggressive towards that back tower stairs with those head holes opened up. It's going to be a flurry of kills going the side of Wichita Academy. Make that 4 in a row, leaving just Vivid alive in a 1v5. Don't think he's necessarily going to win this. Sure, players like Ambi are not on a whole lot of HP, but the Type 89 doesn't really have enough bullets to really go for anything huge.
I don't know if Vivid has the athleticism to hit 5 people in 20 seconds. Everyone's staring at him on the stairs here, and he's just going to get obliterated. Flawless round for Wichita Academy. Showing us that they still have fight in them. Showing that they still have that edge. It just took a basement defense or two. Maybe. Just needed to try a different configuration of the strategy.
And hey, it fully worked. Can't really get much better than a flawless round, no matter how you cut it. Unless you want to go for like the double flawless, where like not a single person takes any damage, blada blada blada. But hey, everything's still working on that revised strat for the side of Wichita Academy. Now Dallas Vendetta, they are going to have to go back to the drawing board if that site gets repeat, because nothing they did worked. But for a tertiary bomb site coming out on the side of Wichita Academy, this is where the game can really be won or lost. For Dallas Vendetta, their top floor and their basement defenses, they were very good. They were very strong, very dominant. But the tertiary bomb sites, that's where they fell apart for both of their round losses.
And there's definitely where, if you're going to engineer a comeback, you got to win these. You got to win those. There's no way around that. You got to... It's not that intricate. We've seen small tower holes before. We've all played the game. I guess it's been out for a minute. There was a timer that was like totally innovative and crazy.
10 seconds left before insertion.
But it's entirely possible Dallas Vendetta don't even go that way. They just attack the other direction, maybe. It's possible. Though I will say, I mean, how many times have we watched someone try to push in through that little, I guess that B meeting room wall, just to get handled from above? there's curious options for the attack here, as Asian is going to be the man for the mission to hold down that position and to either force a different attack, which is quite literally happening. I don't know why else you drone this side of the map, C-Daps. You've got Newers coming in from garage as well. I'm thinking they're just going to avoid it.
They could just avoid it and go for issues, and it seems like Wichita Academy have also fixed the deficit that they are fighting in. It's up 5-5. Unfortunately, off stream, we still had the clean feed, and we missed a absolutely crazy 4K clutch from Ambi that would have gone down in history as a great play. That's lost forever. My name is C-Daps. Joining me on my side is Cookies, if you're just now tuning in, and we're right back in the middle.
And I just want to, you know, Spiker, if you had redeemed your 75,000 points for that last round that we totally just missed, that would have been a more epic round. I apologize profusely for wasting your points. But yes, 5-5, baby. We're back. I feel refreshed. You know, after you take a break, C-Daps, you take a siesta. That's all we did.
Yeah,
we just like,
sat there and contemplated if we were going to have a stream or not, because our producer, Ferme, his power supply flickered.
No, actually, it's you. You're cursed. Actually, it's
yes,
you.
I am. You know,
it's all your fault.
There's just something about me being on a broadcast that breaks it.
Oh yes, let's stop sulking. We're in it. We're back. Tie ball game. Wichita Academy. This came back from a 5-2 deficit. Based on things on the scoreboard, I'd say Ambi and Asian kind of woke up a little bit.
Just a little bit.
Just a little. So once again, you've got Kento and Newers, the new crew, literally these two, pushing in aggressively. It's Oregon basement. I would be absolutely malpractice for a defender to give their lives away at this stage in the round. Just gonna do a little teasing with the drones. Just a little fun little action before the actual round starts.
Yeah, and after 1 minute down, everybody on Wichita Academy back in the bomb site, and all the map control, all the hatches, all that wonderful stuff that doesn't truly matter till the very end, being done by Dallas VENDETTA. Now the next step, the transitionary period, is upon us. Asian aggressing towards the Harp's door is going to play that position. It might just get burned out and naded eventually, as the X-Kairos are opening up that angle up towards the top. And the bullets Vivid narrowly missing Asian's body, but he wants to go for more. He's holding an aggressive angle, but playing it masterfully, almost like he knows when somebody's going to swing. And just bobbing and weaving. But unfortunately, he bobbed and weaved right into the bullets, right into the loving arms of Newers, as Enrio was going to open up that cutoff angle towards elbow, making it so difficult to play areas like the bomb chassis, play the closet, play the laundry, rotate. And those are all the positions that let you throw nitros or throw toxic babe canisters and really stop the push, stop the attempted plant.
And even though Asian didn't get that kill earlier, tagged up Newers enough just to allow his teammate to get that down a little bit easier. And Ashen still playing very aggressively here on this double door. Has the Spidey sense maybe that someone dropped? Not really. Didn't have any idea that Giddy was in such an aggressive position. And Newers, even on low health, is just getting 3Ks like it's nothing. It's just Ambi. He had a crazy clip before, but he's blind. He's surrounded. And Dallas VENDETTA, they are on match point. Stopping the bleeding. It seemed like it's been 3 rounds in a row they lost. I know it's like we just had a time skip, you know, like Naruto or something, but there was a 3-round skid there. Dallas VENDETTA, they kept playing, by the way. There was no normally I'd be like, oh, there was a tech pause. That's allowed them to. Not really. No, we just kept going because we keep it G out here on NSG.
Yes, we do. And for Dallas VENDETTA, they were fresh off of a tactical timeout from their coach. Pedro got in the comm, started yelling at him and say, hey guys, you're not doing what you're supposed to. And they fixed it. A really well-structured attack, good trade game, good angles being opened and held. Really not a whole lot that Wichita Academy could do. All the aggression, potentially that big pick from Ashen towards Newers inside of Tarps. Guess what? It was completely negated by a quick adrenal surge while he was downed, picked himself back up, kept the man advantage, and then the subsequent flood towards site.
And Wichita Academy is going to try once again here on the basement to keep their hopes alive on map number 1.
Which is quite perplexing to me. Sure, statistically the best bomb site on the map, but for them, they've lost it twice, only won it once, as opposed to the other bomb sites that they've been to, kitchen dining as well as upstairs, went to their favor.
Yeah, stop making too much sense. You see, you're using logic and numbers. That's where you're messing up here, CDAPs. You see, Wichita Academy, this is a high stress, artery clogging grand final
against the only team that has beaten them in a series.
So maybe they feel more comfortable. It's just straight up a comfort pick. They're not thinking about the numbers in this high stress situation. At least that's my theory. Because I guess you have reason to believe the basement is like, if there's a comfortable side on this map, it's that one.
For sure.
Even if the numbers aren't in your favor. A lot of it, I mean, for example, last round, Giddy, whatever he did, Giddy was like 3 and Giddy's hiding in the corner there, tucked. And Ashton was none the wiser. That type of thing, maybe if that gunfight went the other way, which it very well could have. Who knows? We might have been looking at a different round last round. So I can understand, I can respect the run back. As it's, once again, it's Shield City. There's the Warden. Which, once again, Ashton's playing it for the gun.
Bringing for the 1.5. No Ying or Cappy Tower smokes or anything like that for Dallas Vendetta. But we do see a slight adjustment towards their attack. This time, it seems centric on for the front side. The success from back, both times in their attack, it wasn't good enough. They want to switch things up. Maybe Enrio hitting back pillar late could be massive, but as Newers as well as Kento push in towards Freezer, it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade as Giddy also falls at the hands of Reedsing. Ashen, he wants to get aggressive, swinging out towards the Yana of Kento, but can't land any decisive shots any which direction.
You see just how quickly Dallas Vendetta is moving this round. May have been their undoing, moving very quickly into Freezer, and Wichita Academy is ready for it. It's just Asian lighting up the scoreboard right now, and well, it looks like we're going to overtime unless Vivid hits, I'm not going to use my favorite word, but you know what I mean. It would have taken a Herculean clutch there from Vivid. They just seemingly moved, which, I mean, I see that. We criticize. Why are you guys so slow? Why are you wasting your time? They picked up Newers and Kento so that they could win rounds like that. Just, there's a minute on the clock. There's plenty of time to still think about what you want to do. But no, they're confident in what they want to do. They're confident in the fight they're gonna take. They just took them. But I think it kind of, to tie into what we're talking about, it's like they lost that round, and I hope they don't say, well, dang, we shouldn't push anymore. We shouldn't be aggressive anymore. It's unfortunate this game's now going to overtime if you're Dallas Vendetta, but I hope they keep that energy. You know what I mean? Because I respect it. It's just Wichita Academy's good at the game.
But they are taking the timeout, going in towards overtime, starting on the attack after a double 4-2 split. Not necessarily anything crazy, but for the side of Wichita Academy, unless they want to switch it up and not go down to the basement, it almost feels like a coin toss for their one defensive round, where Dallas Vendetta, the basement as well as the top floor, those are their comfortable sites. Those are sites that they've won twice and not lost at all. Only the tertiary bomb sites falling. And sure, those rounds were so long ago, and for Wichita Academy, their guns are definitely a lot hotter than they were on the attacking side. They seem to be playing more confident, a little bit more loose. But still, everything can fall apart if they kind of revert back to their old ways. Going for direct takes on a team such as Dallas Vendetta is not a good idea. They're just going to sit behind shields and they're going to punish you. And it's not going to be fun. Not fun at all. But as Reedsing swaps off the Habana, switches on to the Ying, that could potentially be a good catalyst, a good stalemate breaker for their executes.
And it took 12 rounds of 6-pick mini games and mind games for us to get to this point. For this pick for Reed to get this opportunity that he's got. Because, of course, there's still Jaeger and Omai. And an Aruni. That's less than ideal. But when you can sneak that Ying in and you're The defenders don't actually have the rock hard counters to it. They don't have the warden. You know, that's good position to be in for Wichita Academy. And it's definitely something that could poison for victory in this round, especially considering Ambi's not bringing in the, you know, we saw the cap tower earlier. Ambi's shooting different now, and he's on the Zof. He's going to be able to clear those shields that, maybe even some discs while he's at it, that caused a lot of problems in the earlier attacks for Wichita Academy. But I guess the big question is, are they going to try to force the front again? Or are they going to maybe implement a different way? Time will tell, because, of course, you know how it goes. We've got a minute 30 of, I like to say, T crossing and I dotting. And some flirting. Enrio's going to shoot a drone or two, you know. But nobody's going to do nothing. Nobody's about that life. Not an overtime 6-6.
Yeah, this is where the rubber meets the road. This is where the tensions, like you were saying, it's already artery clogging. It's scary. The stress is high, tension's even higher. And any mistake could potentially lose you this map. And for Dallas Vendetta, this is their first map choice in a BO5. Definitely the map you want to win. If you don't win, things get very, very difficult to try to really claw back any momentum into your favor. Newers maybe got no, there's no way he got misdroned. I guess he did. He's gonna go for 2. Reed and Ambi just caught lacking, and they fall. The Ying that we were raving about could be the savior for Wichita Academy disappears.
I also think it's hilarious how I said nobody's gonna do anything crazy. You know who would? Newers. Then
How
again,
did
I
he get
would
misdroned? He was just in the middle of the doorway.
That's not crazy what he did. That's just really, someone's playing on like 5.4 60 FOV and just can't see around corners with their drone, because typically you shouldn't be able to get away with that one. And well, Dallas Vendetta, seemingly unlosable. You've got all this utility still up. I mean, this arena gate's still here. All you gotta do really is just unplug your mouse and hide in the corner, because not much for Wichita Academy they can do besides run right into Aruni gates and into triple crossfires, even if they manage to take Freezer. They're at such a man disadvantage, at least for the time being, knock on wood, that it should be impossible in theory. But Ashen's gonna push through. Ashen is a superpower player. He's pushed all the way up into this rotate here, which effectively cuts the site in half. This could be an opportunity for Ashen to capitalize off of, but Newers is going for an ace of 4K. Will he be denied by his own teammate, or will this be it? He's got a long-range shot to hit with that Scorpion, though. Spiff all the way in Freezer. I think they're going to let Newers take this one. He's got the pistol out, Marmalade style. He's going to swing around, but yeah. Kento's going to steal the ace, but it was a 4K from Newers. And a strong defense, as usual. Patient as ever. Outside of Newers just running right at the attackers. Off of Mistra.
Yeah, he was slightly tucked in the door, but I feel like there's just no way that the drone didn't see him. Reed Sync, asleep at the wheel. Really unfortunate, because certainly if his position was called out, there would have been a 1-for-1 trade. At worst, most likely, if Newers had fallen down the stairs, his laundry hatch was open and he could have been cut off. There's so much that Wichita Academy could have done with that intel, but it just walked right by him. And down goes Reed, down goes Ambi, down goes just everything. And it's so unfortunate that that could potentially be the nail in the coffin, a real momentum chalker for the side of Wichita Academy, who have clawed back from a 5-2 deficit in order to bring us to this overtime we're currently seeing. Sure, now they're back on the defensive side, which is nice. But we've seen Dallas Vendetta consistently on a 50-50 basis break down both strats that Wichita Academy have brought forward on this bomb site. Decimated the roam the first time we saw it. And then once again, after a few adjustments, able to also break down the bunker-style shield-heavy play.
And look,
10 seconds to insertion.
you see it, T-Dabs. Once again, all these rounds have led us to this point. Everyone's playing these little games with what op they're going to actually play with the 6 pick this time. Giddy sticks the Ying. There's no Warden from Wichita Academy, even though I'd been playing it almost every round prior to this. So once again, assuming there's no this drone or something along those lines, I would hope the attack would be able to use their Candelas on this defense, which could be in overtime where each team gets an attack. Could be what decides it. Asian, he's forever part of the red dot gang. He's popped up on those stairs there. Oh wow, yeah. I mean, I'm just replaying the mist drone in my head. That's gonna be something that they're talking about in the streets for a very long time. The streets of Wichita. It's gonna be a folktale.
And all of a sudden it becomes a hero story in the streets of Dallas.
Yeah,
Noor's just jumping his drone up the side of the ladder. Make sure T3 is clear. Make sure that there's no shenanigans on the top side. That could really throw a wrench towards any of Dallas Vendetta's aspirations to push the bomb site. But as we look and pan over the bomb site as a whole, we just see a whole bunch of shields and a whole bunch of bodies for Wichita Academy. The only one pushed up and extended is the Malusi Evasion. But he's just kind of peeking for drones, trying to deny any intel. And more than anything, make sure that people can't just walk inside of tarps. We've already seen what happens if any hard breach goes down towards elbow. Dallas Vendetta, they play around that bit of map control very well. They properly cut the site in two, and for Wichita Academy, they weren't able to do absolutely anything once blue went into the favor of the attack.
It's looking like we might have a misdirection play going on here. Giddy towards the front, the rest of the team trying to work their way through the back. And the thing is, the great thing about Ying, I say it all the time, it's not just the, oh, I'm blind, it's blinding lights like the weekend. No, it's not just that. It's the loud noise. It's the stimuli. You've got all this exploding going on the front side. Meanwhile, the rest of Dallas Vendetta, someone like Newers, who's currently on 14, could just appear out of nowhere and just light you up from the other direction. So that's definitely what's about to happen here. Giddy, Candela in hand. This could be for the map. Flies out, but I don't think it's actually exploded yet. We know it has exploded, Asian. And well, Wichita Academy onto the scoreboard as they find 3 kills there, 4, and it's safe to say whatever misdirection counterplay the Dallas Vendetta had going there does not work out. And we're going to 7-7, Mr. Daps. We're going all the way.
All the way, maximum OT, one final round. And it most likely will be the top floor bomb site for Dallas Vendetta that didn't really go that well for Wichita Academy either, any way you sliced it. There was the direct master take. That didn't work at all. Didn't work one bit. And then the slight misdirection with the attic extension, kind of rotation from the attack, as well as just trophy hit, that ended up stalling completely out and lost to time, even with 2 remaining attackers left up.
Well, it's fitting. It's fitting that we've come to this point. A kids' dorms defense.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
It's a bunch of kids. I'm just kidding. They're advanced teenagers. Okay, they're not kids. But here we are. For all the marbles. And yeah, I guess to piggyback off what you said, you had, I think Wichita Academy, one of their better chances to win this round was when they really focused on attic. I hope that it's not just like one player hopping in and taking that fight on Enrio, who's almost certainly going to be playing pit. But instead, maybe they go like as a pair, you know, have some tag team partner action going. They do that. That should open the round up because, as you said, it's their issue is just kind of forcing one direction. I'm not talking about the band. Imagine if Newers just shoots someone into a barrack. He almost.
I believe he got that last time when they were pushing Big Tower, and
we didn't see it.
Then he got a kill. Both Asian and him seemed very surprised. So, line pre-fires, sometimes they pan out. And fortunately for Wichita Academy, doesn't this time around, or else they would have been facing a man deficit immediately off the rip, which would not have been good. But with all the directions that Wichita Academy are currently pushing, I don't quite know where the full win condition is yet. I think they're just going to try to full clear their own, potentially go for a big tower take, as we saw Asian all the way in the basement, Ashen and the rest of the crew pushing over towards the shower 90, and then also a little bit of pressure over towards Attic just to keep the defense honest.
That's what we're hoping and praying for. I think that will create the most exciting ending. So we see a funnel through a trophy door again. I might rip my hair out. Pre-fire central here. It's actually Enrio who I thought was going to be playing Fid. He's down here with Asian. And Asian said, no, you're down here with me. He gets that opening kill. He's looking for more because there's another defender. 2 of them on the freezer stairs here. One of which who just came off of a kill of his own. Ash getting taken out. But there's a whole lot of moving parts here. Players in tower, in the basement, in the... You get the idea. There's people everywhere. And I mean, if I'm Dallas right now, I'm like, I mean, Jesus. Where's it going to come from next?
Yeah, that is the big question. With only a minute left, not a whole lot of map control any which direction. Giddy's still alive inside of Attic Dip. Could waste enough time for the rest of his team to not have to do a whole lot. Sure, you have Reed down below. He's the one with the diffuser. Unless he has to rotate towards big tower and big window, or goes up white into sight. That's the only options that he has for a plant. But as Asian opens up the bomb site onto Kento, things are looking on the up and up for the attackers. Newer still alive, making sure that Giddy inside of Attic is protected from somebody just creeping up. It seems like somebody is right on the cusp of doing so. If they don't check this angle, this round could be done and dusted, and it seems like Ambi, he had no clue. Vivid with the nitro cell towards top white. It gets shot out of the air. It doesn't land any damage, but the bullets indeed will. Spiff inside of the bomb site going absolutely massive, allowing the plant to go down, but it's just Newers going forward. The pre-fire every which direction.
Oh, Reed.
Or Reed gets the kill anyways. I thought the time expired, but no.
Oh, I think there was like, I want to say there's at least like 3 seconds there. But it was definitely tight quarters there. You could tell Swift knew he had the game in his hands there on the coverage. He misses the crucial shots. Newers was just better in that moment. But Mr. Reed, I called him the MVP. Stage 1, you know what? Game-winning play right there to hop off. And to complete the comeback, Wichita Academy trailed 5-2 at one point. You can do the math on the final score. Wow. And let me tell you guys something as well. We missed an epic round that led to this comeback situation, and we're going to watch it. Oh, you better believe we're going to watch it here in just a second. But yeah, this was, for being Oregon, you know, controversial map. It went all the way, and it delivered, I would say, for just being map 1.
Yeah, and for Dallas Vendetta starting off so strong. It seems like they couldn't do anything incorrectly. Their defenses looked so clean until we went to the tertiary bomb sites. Then Wichita Academy, they started to come to life. Then they got on the defensive side, the momentum just went to their favor. They got confidence. Then even towards their attacking side of OT, they kept their rounds close. And especially that last one, finally able to crack the top bomb site. Absolutely massive.
Absolute heroics there. From your IGL, Mr. Sink, Mr. Reed, Mr. He said like with Reed from the main Wichita roster, they're like brothers. That's the big brother play right there from Reed, and just a strong game overall from Ambi. Speaking of it, let's talk about it, Steve. Let's watch this one. So we're freaking out right now, right? We're like, oh my god, we can't watch this. We can't cast it to you guys. See that? Let's cast this one like it's SA.
Nope, we're back on cams instead.
Oh, when we get to it, we're gonna see it. We're gonna give Spiker his reward. See Daps. We're not taking a break between maps. We're giving this guy his reward. We're gonna scream and get crazy because this play's worth it. Trust me. When we get to it. which will be any second. Trust me. You have to believe me.
Mm-hmm.
I'd never lie to you.
We're just waiting.
Okay.
And here we go.
Okay, let's go, C-Daps. Let's go. Ambi running outside like a maniac. What the hell was he even doing there? 5 seconds of the round. Ambi's 10,000 miles outside, okay? That's crazy. I wish we had saw this live. But yes, mute jammer placed. Ambi pre-firing nothing in particular. Okay, let's go, Ambi. It looks like an armory crew, Mr. C-Daps.
Yes, it does. The drones coming in, Spiff falling off with no cutoffs for the side of Dallas Vendetta. Not too shabby on the initial clear, because no utility was wasted, and not a whole lot of time. Even now, as Newers will throw a nade over in the direction, in that safe corner that somebody like Spiff would have been sitting inside of. That's kind of the only utility, the only thing negative that went the way of Dallas Vendetta early on. But as one nitro cell comes in, it's not going to land over towards the top side of Attic, because Giddy's all the way on top of the rafters. And Enrio, he heard that rip and fell away.
And Ashen on his favorite operator, mute. He's made many highlight plays off of it. And keep in mind, let's go in the time machine here. At this point in time, Wichita Academy, they had been trailing. They've won 2 rounds in a row. They're trying to make the comeback happen as Kento is eliminated. And let's see, Asian, I mean, he's just doing a full map, just rotation, running all through the basement. He's completing the any percent challenge.
And Reed's just holding inside of Attic, a crossfire established with Spiff, meaning that if the frontside execute comes out, it's going to be hard to overcome those angles. There's going to have to be raw gunfights or maybe a flashbang and some aggression from Dallas Vendetta to get anything going. There's only a minute left on the clock, CJ. Not a whole lot to do for Wichita Academy besides just wait. There's only a breach and there's only a doorway. Not a whole lot of misdirection, only Enrio on the side of Attic to push in. And for Wichita Academy, they're also fully peeled back, waiting for the entries of Dallas Vendetta.
Waiting. And that's not really an entry. That's just Spiff running. As Spiff got tired of waiting as he just swings the door. And here it is, baby. Ambi with the kill on the player in the window. And Vivid, I mean, you would think this was just an automatic round for Wichita Academy. But it suddenly turned into this panic situation. And guess who excels in those situations? Ambi. He gets 1. He gets 2. He's spinning around. He's flicking. He's 360ing. And he gets a 4K to send Wichita Academy to 5-5. To overtime later on. And then C-Daps to an 8-7 victory. Where we're at right now. And
Yes.
going into map number 2, baby.
Their
Coastline.
own map choice of Coastline.
It gets spicy, don't it?
I think Newers and Kento are really going to have to step it up to try to keep up with these young guns on the side of Wichita Academy, because Newers, he did well, but Kento, the other part of the new crew, only 9 and 11. When you have Asian and Ambi dropping 14 bombs, Ashen 9 and 11. Reed Sync going MVP clutch level plays. And Spiff just being a silent killer. Really solid game. It's hard to knock off Wichita Academy.
And the craziest thing about it is, if you look at the little the round graphic, how it went, a lot of those rounds early on that Dallas Vendetta won, that was when Asian was 1 and 6. I think even Ashen started really poorly. Ambi did as well until the round that we just watched. It was the reason why you're looking at a lot of blue in those first 6, 7, 8 rounds. And then they woke up.
Mm-hmm.
They simply decided to lean forward in their gaming chairs. You're not going to do the thing, are you? You do it better than me.
Oh, we're talking about the ad read.
Yeah,
The
I
first-
did it. I set you
No,
up.
but the first one is our good friends at Mike and Ike, CJ.
That's true. Yeah,
Come on. We have this down because there are so many wonderful things about Mike and Ike we can just rant and rave about for hours. But the main thing is that it really does take your candy game up to the next level, either with original fruits or Mike and Ike Megamix, the delicious fruity chewy flavors. They help you fuel your game and power you up to keep you playing at your best. And for all these players, they do need to be playing their best. They need to power up with Mike and I.
We also need that copy pasta where it's like, I don't know if you saw it yesterday. It's like, I wish I could say it word for word. It's hilarious. I hope someone listening knows what I'm talking about because it's hilarious. But yes, Coastline. We're going to start it right now, actually. As soon as we transition, C-Dubs.
Oh, we're going right in. No break.
Yeah, because we had enough of a break. Everyone was stressed out. I think a dude said he was just going to die if he couldn't see the rest of the map. Calm down, bro. You'll be fine. You missed one round. We just casted it for you. Everything will be okay. Coastline, map 2. What you thinking?
Wichita Academy, they like to play fast. They like to play aggressive and in your face. And for Dallas Vendetta, it's still going to be very difficult. We don't really get to see them play this map that often. Almost a permaban through Challenger League. But banning the Finca is something quite interesting because of the mass amount of utility she brings. But more importantly, you know, the immediate permanent heals, the easy revives, and that LMG that we know and love so much, CJ.
Yeah, and Newers, I don't know. We'd have to do the next gen stats, separation of his stats on and off Finca.
Mm-hmm.
He can do it on Ash too, by the way. Don't get it twisted. Whoever banned that and thought like, oh, you can't do it on, you're delusional. He'll do it on Ash. He'll do it on probably Zoph or something. Who knows? But Newers, it arrives all the same. Run it, or wait, how's it go? Run from it, dread it. The new crew arrives all the same.
And yes, it does.
And he's on Zoph. So, like, you just gave him
Just gave him another LMG.
You just gave him 50 more bullets. You know, that's all you did. And a lion on top of it. The first line of the series coming out from Enrio.
Yeah, with no Nomad, even though she is up, there is still the flanking potential for Wichita Academy, as we know they like to get active on their defenses, already bring in an alibi and a bunch of fast roaming operators. But what it really comes down to is how much momentum can Dallas Vendetta go for on their attacks, facilitated with those lion scans to really keep people in their place, drone intel and other things. If Dallas Vendetta kind of get their hands in on a round, you know, start grasping it, get a pick or two, then you just keep on rolling. That's why people say Coastline is very attacker-sided, because everything just steamrolls and domino effects and just player after player after player after player dies. And it also allows a whole lot of vertical pressure on pretty much any bomb site, whether it's from above or from below. Giddy's definitely going to be getting his use out of a hammer.
That's if Wichita Academy is going to let him in the building. I just look where Ashen just put that disc. And look what Ashen is doing. On the default, trying to hit the old, I mean, this is the year 1 spawn peak here. Right out of the doorway. Double door. Oh my god. Wow, he's going to look the other way. He's going to catch somebody. He's going to catch the Iona Kento lacking. And that's the funny thing about that is that's probably one of the quote-unquote safer repels. Not really, I guess. Not when Ashen's on the other team. This is, speaking of Ashen, this is the map where I was introduced, you know? I was introduced to the gospel. I had no idea who this kid was prior to a random NSG tournament game where I watched Ash just drop like ridiculous numbers on this map. He did it multiple times. So keep a lookout. I don't know what it is with this map. I don't know if it's the scenery. I don't know if it fits his astrology sign or what. But he's really good on this map for some reason.
Yeah, and also for Kento, even though he's the first dead, this was his map on Aerial Rise where he went absolutely crazy and was doing really well. But since then, kind of has been relatively quiet. And he's a very talented player. We just aren't getting the most out of him right now, and it's very disappointing. And certainly so for the Dallas Vendetta side, as you already lose an entry and 2 nades go down. Spiff has rotated from Sunrise Bar, or pardon me, from Blue Bar into Sunrise in this wonderful corner that, you know, sometimes goes unchecked. But for Enrio, he does seem to have an idea. He's pre-firing every which direction, as Vivid's the one really pushing on the window and gonna just funnel Spiff out of that position, chase him away right into the lovely cutoff that Enrio was holding.
And Ashen just flirting with death right here. Or maybe it's the other way around. It's Giddy's one actually comes out worse for wear. You've got the Maestro still holding down this site. And as you said, Wichita Academy, they play fast. They play very aggressively. I mean, whatever the mirror was doing under the window, expect more of that. Well, Ashen, he'll find Newers, the raid boss, taken down. And Asian's just going to continue lighting up the scoreboard. I'm not even sure. Where is he? Oh, just from lobby. He's just destroying people off this long angle. This isn't Doc's MP5. This isn't an ACOG MP5, but he finally gets taken out. And it's just Vivid, who has to clutch a 1v2 with 20 seconds on the clock here. He's basically crossfired to hell. People on both this sides, I'm sure there's a Maestro camera in here. Surely that's calling out what he's doing, calling out whether he's even planting at all, or if he's just running around like a chicken with no head, which he's currently doing. Vivid trying to find somebody, trying to find the Maestro, but Reed is there. He found him all right. Found all 81 bullets, and Wichita Academy just absolutely, I would definitely describe that round as just straight, unadulterated tempo.
And once again, for Ashen just taking out Kento early on, that's just a giant, just breath of fresh air and relief for the defenses. There's not nearly as much utility. They aren't going to have to worry about the Yana clones coming in, just the infinite drones coming out, and mainly just Kento, who's a very mechanically gifted player and definitely one of the more aggressive ones on the side of Dallas Vendetta. Everything just slowed down on their attacks, and eventually Wichita Academy were like, hey, let's just go everywhere. Let's just take these gunfights once again. Let's lock up all of Sunrise, take away any horizontal push that Dallas Vendetta were going for. It was quite successful.
Really interesting angle of cool vibes too. I don't think I've seen that one in practical use before. That was something. But going into, excuse me, let me rub my eyeballs. Mr. Crab style. Just pop my eyeballs out of the socket and rub them. Is this Penthouse? Yes. On round 2.
Penthouse is a very good bomb set.
I mean, hey, I rub in my eyeballs because listen, man. I grew up in multiple eras, okay? One where Penthouse was just the main site originally. And then it disappeared for about I don't even know. Many years, half a decade, it just disappeared. No one liked playing the map or playing the site. Everything went to hookah. Hookah this, hookah that. And then the map got reworked, and here we are. Penthouse is good enough. We've come full circle. It's good enough again. You can play it as your second site. With a little bit of creativity, a lot of cross angles, and a Mira here, which has already been popped because Newers is on that Twitch. Still a powerful position, though. I wouldn't want to peek into this from that door, but Ambi's going to be cautious and back off anyway.
Yeah, I think overall you were saying the map and like everything is developed and everybody's all of a sudden just back to Penthouse. It's because of certain power positions like 90 being fortified with the roof angles being removed. Can't get nearly as much cutoff game over that direction, as well as just VIPs actually defendable instead of a window. All of a sudden it's a reinforced wall that you can electrify or do fun stuff with. But right now for Wichita Academy, they haven't really allocated Coyote Claw that direction until just now. As soon as I say anything about it, it's like they could hear me and will throw one of the Electric Claws, making sure that if Dallas Vendetta go for pretty much the default take towards Hall of Fame, it'll be so much more difficult. They'll have to find that Electric Claw, they'll have to do all sort of fun stuffs in mini games to get map control. But you can also get map control the other way by taking out Ambi, aggressively peeking towards the white window. He'll lose his life quickly as Asian almost hits a drive-by onto Giddy in the first floor. But Giddy does escape with barely any HP.
Maybe the Finka band hurting a little bit is probably wishing he could be healed right now. Not sure if that's a clone or a person, probably sprinting through there. But as we talked about, VIP, a lot easier to fortify and hold, even with this Maverick, which is taking I would describe it as hella time here to get this ball up. And we're at 50 seconds. And I don't even think it's going to be blown up in, a traditional way, like, you know, with the Zof or anything. I don't know where Giddy is to where he can sledge that. Ashen's not ADS'd, and he somehow lives. He survives and actually tags up Enrio quite a bit, but that's been the story of this round, I guess, for Dallas Vendetta. Getting tagged up, but not actually dying. The Newers will find one. Ashen will swing out and get two body shots. I say these guys are low on health, and they promptly get body shotted as Ashen is still bobbing and weaving around this guitar door, looking to take long angle fights. There's 15 seconds left. There's still 90 control for the defense, but the attack coming from all directions, kills coming out from every direction. But once again, it's just Vivid, the last one standing on Nomad. Rare appearance for Vivid, not on a hard breach. But he's gonna have to kill 2 people in 2 seconds, and he doesn't even get a beat on either of them as Wichita Academy 2 rounds in a row start Coastline.
Yeah, it feels like Dallas Vendetta don't have a clear, concise plan of what they want to go towards. Sure, the initial roam clear wasn't too bad, but kind of the idea seemed lost, and the rotation over towards the VIP almost half-baked. Not expecting any sort of aggression from Ashen when he's locked inside Hall of Fame. There's nothing he can do. The only way he can go is forward. Not expecting him to push back, kind of expecting him to sit back and take it. Seems like a miscalculation. And those 2 huge plays right there, those 2 huge frags, really made all the momentum disappear. Sure, Newers can pick up 1 or 2 more trying to push over towards top white, but that's a hero play. That's a last-ditch effort, and the refrag game was played properly from Wichita Academy, and they cruised for the rest of the round.
Now we're going, rather, Wichita Academy's hoping. We're not Wichita Academy. We're just watching. Wichita Academy's looking to go around the world here. Lead a rotation by going to Hookah for their final site, because, as I said earlier, relegated to the, nah, we'll play it last. Curious what they're going to do around 90 here, though. It's just a whole lot of traffic here. Whole lot of curious rotates being made. It's just a theater hold. Nothing too crazy, actually. But, of course, when you have the ability to hold 90 a lot more aggressively, I'm sure that's going to maybe discourage Dallas Vendetta, or at least make them strongly consider whether they want to push out from theater. But the thing is, based on their operator lineup, they pretty much have to. They don't have the ability to buck. I mean, there's no buck. You're not going to throw hammers up. I make that joke every time I watch Coastline. Sledge can't do the job that Buck can do. This is one of the few maps that's true. And Newers is on Twitch, so I mean, Twitch drones don't do vertical destruction. You know what I'm saying. You're gonna have to be a penthouse clear, unless they sit on repels or just force hookah. Which,
yeah, if any window repel just nets a pick, that could be the opening that Dallas Vendetta go for. But they haven't really been explosive enough. Not really taking advantage of anything that Wichita Academy could possibly give them, any sort of opening. And that dates all the way back towards Oregon, where once again, the slow and methodical plays of Dallas Vendetta are almost slow and methodical to a fault. Not really embracing the new faster meta, and all of the talk that they had about, hey, we're going to get Kento, we're going to get Newers, we're going to be faster. We haven't really seen it that much. Sure, Kento, he can get 1 pick onto Ashen. That's a huge one onto the Wamai, as he'll no longer regenerate those magnets and really force Dallas Vendetta to have more synergy towards their attack, throw more flashbangs, be more in unison. But what else has been done for the side of Dallas Vendetta? They're just sitting on windows and they're waiting. No map control.
We'll say what's in their favor, of course, very blatantly is man count, but also the fact that from that window you can cut off the 2 defenders that are off site right now for Wichita Academy. Newers just baptizing 2 defenders there, but it's just Ambi. He's in a clutch or kick situation, and he's got really good positioning. He just needs to find more and more on Cool Vibes, who he has a ping on. It's Enrio versus Ambi, and a narrow missed shot there. That could have been the round, but we're still at it. It's still intense, and Ambi, the aim is just this guy. I don't know what DPI he plays at, but he makes it look at this. It's also Alibi's gun. It's really good. But Ambi, once again, clutching up for his team. And you can feel the momentum kind of sapping from the building if you're Vendetta. They had, I kind of want to, I don't want to call it disagreeing, because I guess the whole premise of that attack is you're not really going for map control, right? You're just kind of sitting outside and hoping.
Just waiting.
Yeah, I mean, you're cutting people off because that window. One thing that hasn't changed about Coastline is that big, goofy window in the middle of hookah. So it's still there, and as long as it's there, you pretty much cut off all of 90. Nobody's going to rotate back that way if they're sane. You're not going to come back through, what's it called? Aquarium. You're kind of in a pickle. And when you have someone like Newers who just appears on Cool Vibes like that, takes that opportunity, which, as you said, is something they weren't really doing outside of, well, Newers. Newers is the one doing it. No one else really doing it. But they're not really taking those opportunities that Wichita Academy is giving to them. That run, I think they did. It just so happened Ambi.
I think there was still some mistiming.
Ambi's good at the game.
Because almost as soon as Newers got that first frag, maybe and definitely the second one, Vivid should have been in the bomb site.
Oh, for sure. They definitely didn't follow up
Instead,
well.
there's like another 5 to 10 seconds and he tries to walk in.
I can see that totally. Yeah, if you have someone with a big window, and Newers just did that to the base players. Very.
He should have been typing away on the diffuser, and then Enrio doesn't have to push up inside and take the 1v1. You can just sit on Cool Vibes and chill. Everything would have worked out. And maybe also you could throw some shade towards Kento getting a touch too over aggressive on the big window, swinging as opposed to just holding an angle. At the end of the day, misplays do have to happen in order to have these big clutches 99% of the time. And for Ambi, he's going to be happy that that one's in his back pocket. As for Spiff, he no longer really has any mirrors because the Twitch drone dispatched of them.
I think the mirrors are like 0 for 50 on surviving the Twitch drones. I mean, the mirrors are like 0 and 5. You know what I mean? If their KDs were counted, they've just been getting popped every round. I mean, Newers is nasty with the gun and with the drone, apparently. And it hasn't dissuaded Wichita Academy. That's the crazy thing. They've played most of these rounds with popped mirrors, and they're still just winning them. C4 placed, I guess, off of sound stimuli because there's no info ops. Ashen is going off. This is a heat check. Certified heat check. He's going to try to get those shots on Kento, who actually backs off after hustling with Ashen there for a minute. I guess he's not really assisted right now. The rest of their Dallas VENDETTA is really spread out right now. They're literally trying to repel in, do everything everywhere. I guess they have done that. They've started sledging the floor. That's something. But as I said, Kento's just going to die solo. There's no one there helping him at all.
No. Almost doing too much at different times is leaving Dallas VENDETTA very spread thin. As everybody on Wichita Academy still has the little bits of map control that they want. Sure, the vert, it's actually coming out this time, unlike the last kitchen attack for DV, which was fully horizontal and centric upon the side of Sunrise. There are still other options and other adjustments being made. Mainly that big cutoff that Enrio just got, and now with full control of lobby. It allows players like Newers to start getting aggressive, and down goes Ashen. Newers another one on to Reed, taking Courtyard by storm.
At this point, it's going to take another crazy play to clutch this one out. The site just got completely zoned out there. Completely unplayable thanks to Giddy's sledge play, which we've said. Giddy's made our all Mickey Mouse CL roster. You know, he's incredible. If you don't know our slang, that's like all pro. Like, you know, that's like the Pro Bowl roster. He's one of the best soft breachers you're gonna see at this level. And that was just straight up. He just went in there, made the site unplayable. Everyone else is just so zoned off and just 10,000 miles away, which you have to be, otherwise you're just gonna die to Giddy. Like, it's not something you don't challenge that guy on that. I can't underestimate that or overestimate that enough. And that's Dallas VENDETTA their first round win. Now they got to do that about 6 more times. It is 1st to 7. And that is a good start. You stop the bleeding. You know, going down 4-0 would be less than ideal, I would say.
A lot less than ideal. Especially because of how Wichita Academy was winning those rounds off of just big plays on all sides of the map, and overall just winning gunfights, simplifying the game, and even when we saw success out of Dallas Vendetta towards Hookah, Ambi pops off for a 4K clutch. Again, the second one.
10 seconds.
But then as soon as Dallas Vendetta just started taking bits of map control that were not as fortified for Wichita Academy, still interesting to see that their roam upstairs for kitchen wasn't centric upon penthouse and master. Those are really the only areas upstairs that the attackers truly need. You give Giddy all the map control in the world up top, the sledge, you can't anchor, you can't do anything inside of the bomb site.
I guess as we go into this round, Ambi is just, he's hell-bent on killing someone out there. Had a little bit of a polite exchange between him and Enrio, but neither of them will actually hit each other with bullets. And right now, you're seeing a lot of instigating, honestly, between the defense. Trying to take fights on a Dallas. This time, playing a lot more resistive. But once again, who's alone out there in Hookah this time? It's Newers, and, well, right on cue, he's taken out. No trade. I feel like the Hookah balcony is impenetrable against the way that Wichita Academy is playing it. They do get a down, but that's from the theater side of things. They get 2 downs, actually. But no kills. I'm sure they're going to get followed up on, surely. Or not. Kento will just die to a C4. I have no idea what the context of it was, but there should be a double cleanup here for Dallas. Maybe Ashton might be able to get away, or this might be a bait situation. He's down to just making a mess on the stairs, but it's the Flores drone that will just we've seen a lot of funny stuff with Flores drones, mainly from Carnage B's team, but you know, they're not here probably because they blow themselves up with Flores drones. Focusing back into this final day, 3 versus 3, Spiff outside like you're a defender. Spiff, he's gonna realize that and rotate back in. But you can see just how much more Wichita Academy is trying to prevent this vertical play from coming out. They're playing that top floor with their lives.
Yeah, and even inside the bomb site, they've got strong positions to play towards. And for Dallas Vendetta, they're really gonna have to work for everything that they go for. Still 50 seconds left. Not bad on the timing side, and we can just take a pick onto Asian for free on Cool Vibes. That makes the thing so much better because you can just sit there and hold cuts. Man advantage. Everything's looking good for Dallas Vendetta. The roaming Spiff tries to come back once again. Giddy walks and creeps down Cool Vibes, picks up an easy frag on the mute, and another round from Dallas Vendetta will come through, looking a lot more like what you would expect Coastline to see.
That round, they really just resisted the aggression very well. I don't know who actually, in specific, got the downs on those 2 playing upstairs, but that's huge, clearly. And, I want to say as well, it's like, they're at the end, Spiff, like, Spiff thinks he's Usain Bolt or something. I honestly think he could have maybe won that fight if he had just, like,
I mean, hey, he felt like on Coastline, as a defender, you do have to make plays happen. Your roam got absolutely decimated up top at a moment's notice. Sure, Newers goes down, but then all of a sudden, Ambi and Ashen are just down on the ground. You're like, oh, that's not good. Sure, then a Nitro Cell evens things back up, technically, as Kento falls, and then you're thinking, okay, yeah, both of the entries on the side of Dallas Vendetta are gone. Who's going to be the one getting aggressive? Who's going to be the one to really pop off and bring things back for Dallas Vendetta? You forgot about Giddy. Giddy too litty. He's always going to be that guy and has that capability to pop off. And for Dallas Vendetta, that's exactly what they needed.
Attacker's objective is to defuse
The song Forgot About Dre, we forgot about Giddy.
Maybe. We can never forget about Giddy.
Yeah, here we go. Kitchen once again. For this final stand, Giddy is going to pre-fire a grenade onto a spawn peak, which someone was certainly going to run out of. Who is that, Ambi? Yeah. Giddy just said, it's like he's playing golf. Just taking swings with grenades out there, hoping to find somebody. Almost found Ambi, but he will live for now. Dallas Vendetta, of course, looking for that lovely top floor control. I mean, Spiff is just kind of wandering around here in Sunrise. Almost wonder if it would be worth just having him upstairs as well to assist. Instead of, just... It's like right now he's just in Sunrise. He's having a martini while his team's going through World War III. It's just Dallas Vendetta is completely just avoiding Sunrise in terms of whatever setup they've got set up there. Really honed in on this top floor control, and they're going to get it. Sledging already, a minute 47. That's a lot of time for an all-pro sledge to be working with.
Yeah, and Inrio just holding cuts, making sure that there's no flanks. For Dallas Vendetta, this seems like a pretty flawless attack. Once again, the roam of Wichita had nothing to do with Penthouse, nothing to do with Master. It's kind of a sprawled horizontal roam, but when you're still forcing players like ReedSync inside the bomb site with that vert pressure mounting, he's not in a fun position. And your roam up top, Ambi just kind of running around. That's not going to net any frags either. Newer's on the cut in the main lobby. Down goes Asian as it's just pick after pick for Wichita Academy's defense to suffer. And a run out gets absolutely read by Vivid. It's a 5v2 situation. Reed inside the bomb site. He's getting shot from every which way. Giddy will finish him off. And it's just Spiff against the world.
Spiff, keep in mind, he was sipping martinis in Sunrise most of the round. So he's a little tipsy right now. He's got to find 5. And Vivid planting. Going for the plant record. Yeah, Spiff at this point I would just save. He's got a mirror looking at him, which is potentially popped. I have no idea. This is as close to unwinnable as it gets. You got someone above, too. And you're a 1 speed. And they're triple, yeah. Just die already, Spiff. It's over. Dallas Vendetta, 3 rounds in a row. After losing 3 in a row to start the game. I'd say we're in for an eventful second half, that's for sure, because once again, I find myself struggling how to read the situation and who's actually, quote unquote, winning the game, because it's such a emotional roller coaster.
Yeah, Wichita Academy starts off on their defenses, and Dallas Vendetta can't get anything going. It just looks like this map was going to be over and done immediately. Wichita Academy, it feels like they got overconfident maybe and stopped thinking quite as much. And Dallas Vendetta, they were playing a lot more clean, more concise, really reading into how Wichita Academy was playing. The over-aggressive roams on the top side towards areas that didn't matter, they did no longer allow that to impact their attacks at all. They just held cuts, and eventually they're going to run at you. That's how Wichita Academy are playing right now. Really good reads, really good vert pressure, really good just cutoffs in general from Dallas Vendetta. If only they came out sooner. If that had been like a round 2 or round 3 adjustment, they could have found themselves at a lot more of a lead instead of just a tie ball game.
And for their opening defense, they'll be also going to kitchen. And honestly, this looks like a very similar concept defensively. You've got that cool vibe shield, which I guess is gaining popularity. It's becoming the cool kid. And we've got, you can fully expect someone's going to be running around on that top floor. There's a lot of running around operators between the Alibi, the Oryx, Vigil. Don't be surprised if they do just that. You've also, Vivid on Alibi is, Vivid is like losing his mind probably, like getting to play all these different cool things. It's like a kid in a candy store.
Yeah, we saw him on Flank, and we saw him on Nomad. Now we're seeing him on Alibi. This is like, what, 2015 Vivid. Still wide-eyed and bushy-tailed and excited about the world, where he's all sullen and just, alrighty, back to Thermite.
I guess I'll
back
plant.
to Smoke. Guess I'll plant. Guess I'll drone. He's getting to do the fun stuff. He's doing pretty solid so far. 4-4 on attack. Still getting some bombs down. Destroying Util with the Flores. It's like a whole new man. It's a whole new lease on life.
Well, the attack's trying to get a lease on this top floor, but it seems like they can't get approved. Defenders everywhere, coming from every direction. trying to resist, but there's no actual, you know, hardcore hold in penthouse. So it's looking like Spiff's going to be able to put on his best Giddy impression. He's just going to be able to sledge, do what he wants to do. And he's going to have a lot of time to do it. That could be an interesting way to die. Ambi just looked like he's about to crotch walk into the hallway. But it'll be Spiff, actually, who'll go down, peeking the hatch. Asian on the Maverick. Don't be surprised to see you're seeing more Maverick on Coastline these days, thanks to that VAP wall. But Sledge dying very quickly. I mean, he peeked the hatch before he finished sledging, and now you see him, Ambi's spazzing out and shooting the floor because his code has broke. There's no sledge, there's no vertical holes. And that's the whole premise of this attack. And if Wichita Academy's still able to pull this round back, despite not having that element working in their favor at all, I mean, none of these operators can do that job. That would be incredible. They do have, I suppose, an amount of map control, but I mean, look where Vivid is. 90% of the time, Vivid would be dead right now. If there was a sledge, you would sledge that spot. And now with New Year's back on the site as well, it's going to be really hard to just force a doorway. So I'm really curious to see how this round will end for Wichita Academy.
We've seen the crouch walk of wonders come out. Every once in a while, for Wichita Academy and Asian, he's going to slice down Kento, but Vivid from the long angle, right into the brain of Asian goes a bullet, evening this all out at 2-2. Vivid tagged up slightly, but not nearly as much as Ambi is for Dallas VENDETTA. They're playing back. They're playing this retake game potentially because they know that Wichita Academy, they have to get aggressive and they're going to have to get desperate as Newer's no recoil. Down goes Ambi, another long angle going to their favor. Those 1.5s going huge. And Reed has to go even bigger. Barely any time. He's going to start baiting out on the plant, free-firing away. But for Dallas VENDETTA, they're playing too passive. The time will be their victor. They take the lead.
There was about a 0.2% chance there that he would have just sprayed them both down. There's a couple more seconds, which is very crazy to me. There was a vigil bug.
Yes.
How could you play vigil?
Giddy had the vigil squiggles. And like that sound, like the sound. So we have to rehost. Unfortunate.
It happens, man. You know, we've only seen like 3 rounds of Vigil total, and we get it like the one time that we see Vigil. It's funny. But Dallas VENDETTA, I mean, this is 4 rounds in a row. 4 rounds in a row after losing 3 in a row. I mean, that's some mental gymnastics going on right there. That's for sure. But the round in this series, and this map, far from over. We're in the midst of like the Pacific Ocean right now. We're literally in the middle. We're far from home. We're far from our destination. We're just in the middle. We have no idea how it's going to go because it's rough seas.
Yeah, and I guess one of the biggest takeaways from last round was that sledge dying early. And the position that Kento played is an aggressive one that you might not expect because, you know, just peering through the hatch. It's in full sight of a lot of things, mainly main door. But guess what, CJ? Main door wasn't shot open, which is why he was able to make that play.
Yeah. I also still, you know, one thing that makes you a great sledge player, you know, you get on the all Mickey Mouse team like Giddy, is you don't peek before you make your holds. No. Period. No excuses, no, bro, what's he doing? You know how some of those sledge players are. You've played with them on your stack and ranked. Bro, I got wall banged.
No, we didn't.
No, you peeked. Stop doing that. Because you'll cost your team rounds, especially when you don't have that full kit set up for that. I mean, he exposed himself. And it's the cascading of fame. And why are you bullying Spiff? Listen, y'all watching 4K, Vivid sitting under the bomb and server. You shouldn't be allowed to sit. Period, sis. As we're seeing a Jackal coming out from Ashen now. I don't know if we didn't actually totally rehost the lobby, so like his stats are still there.
I guess we just paused and him leaving the game came back and it was good enough.
He's kind of went a little cold after those first couple rounds. He was like, you know, he had like 4 kills in 2 rounds, and then it was just like, okay. He calmed down a little bit. Now he's picking Jackal for the gun. Just kidding. Jackal can also track people, and that's helpful. Obviously, that's why he's banned in every ranked game ever. But he's got a really powerful gun now. That might be the spark that Wichita Academy needs, because they, like I said, 4 rounds in a row they've dropped. They need some life. They need some resuscitation.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, and for Dallas Vendetta, this is not their map choice.
5
This is
seconds
Wichita
left before
Academy's.
insertion.
This is a map that we haven't seen them play before. Maybe in the back, behind the scenes, they've been scrimming it. They've been working on it. Just waiting till now to pull it out as a prediction tactic of Wichita Academy, reading into what they do and don't play. It's like a trap card that got laid and might have been sprung and activated for Dallas Vendetta. Or Wichita Academy are just making some mistakes that they usually don't, and Dallas Vendetta are taking advantage of them properly. For this defense of Dallas Vendetta, we are seeing the Mira being brought, helping bolster up the horizontal extension from both bars into kitchen, making sure that these players are going to hold on to these power positions. Mainly, as soon as kitchen control falls, there's not a whole lot you can do to stop Pool Vibes' pressure. And having that flank avenue, as well as just holding steady crosses towards the bomb site, make it incredibly difficult to entry on in for the attackers.
Still vertical base though. Spiff. I was mad at him last round, but this time I think he peeked hatch and actually killed somebody. So we're making progress. But Finner's still entrenched in kitchen and offices. He almost died to it again. Same player too. You've got to start sledging out the site before you worry about anything else. Of course, Vivid, it will happily take a site that is unsledged and unpressured any day of the week. But Reed is taking a really, really good cutoff position here. Neither of these defenders should be able to, in theory, make it back to the site. Now, this Malusi, I believe that's Giddy. He has an idea that maybe someone is in office. He doesn't get that kill. He doesn't get that kill. I guess, meanwhile, Ashton will find Enrio, but what? I guess he survives with 1 bullet. He was so confident. Reed was so confident he killed him that he just kind of, you know, you get that quickly and like, yeah, you're dead. He didn't die. Will that matter in the end? I don't know, because you've got Giddy, who probably should have died, but he's still alive, barely. And you've got Kento as well, who's a dead man walking against full health, full brunt attackers with pretty nice kits and weapons. So this would have to be a hero play for Giddy, especially right here. That's when this fight, but all IMD has to do is hit him in the body, a body shot. All that's necessary to take out the alibi, and well, Kento, the alibi, last one alive. Too much to overcome. In Wichita Academy, this is where the streak is broken. Both teams have had 2 long, I guess, thrown out streaks. So what happens from here? Any ideas, C-Dap? We're gonna have someone win 7-4, or is it just gonna be crazy from here on out? So I have no idea.
Do not know. This round is, and overall this entire map has just been back and forth, where when the attackers win, it's because they're going and doing the right steps, which on Coastline does make sense. If the attackers, are able to get the ball rolling at all, they're going to win. Besides that 1 round where Ambi clutched a 4K, that's like a little asterisk that you can write and think that, yeah, okay. Other than that, it's really up to the defense, and if their roam is getting the first pick, there's been a high conversion rate. If their roam is successful at all, that's really what it comes down to as a whole for Coastline. You can do that as a nice blanket statement. So really paying attention towards the early round should be the focus of both these teams.
It's a game of accomplishing your objectives, your steps. Sometimes the steps have been skipped for both teams. So I'm wondering if it'll, it's natural. It's a grand final. It's intense. Once again, we got the default cam netting drone kills. Just some sleazy drone parkage from whoever that was. But really just comes down to who manages their emotions better in this situation, who can remember their job under all this pressure, their importance to their team. Bill Belichick always said it, just do your job. Newers will do just that, fly out the window. Finding Spiff, once again, the sledge on a site where you really need that sledge. Maybe you can use that Jackal shotgun to good effect. Probably not. Not against Dallas. You're asking to get just free-fired. Off the face of the universe, that is.
Yeah, and with that, losing your sledge first, it makes things a lot more difficult to go from top down. So horizontal will be the focus for Dallas Vendetta. Down goes Newers. He had rotated all the way back, as a nade's also going to claim the life of Enrio, but not before Vivid hits that refrag immediately. Seems like he had peeked out of mud and killed Ambi right as he threw the nade. Reetzing taking a lot of damage as well. That's from Kento inside of lobby, but he's going to be running away.
Wow.
Reed just chases him down, puts him like a dog. Giddy also falls in the wayside as well. And Ashen will deliver the final decisive blow onto Vivid in the bomb site. Quick tracks, quick flicks, quick round for Wichita Academy.
Oh, you just gonna ignore that Reetzig just sprinted through bathroom. I mean, this guy's sprinting in there like John C. Rambo. Just runs through there, cuts 2 people off, and just casually locks that round out for his team.
Yep.
I mean, that's my quarterback right there.
That's your lion getting active.
Get that you want your IGL to do stuff like that. That's a leadership play right there from Reetzig. I'm just gonna.
That's where Reetzing goes, hey guys, I'm gonna make a play.
I can't get over that. He literally just sprinted right into no man's land and just said, all right.
He got 2 kills off of it.
Making it for the
I mean, hey,
on
we
Oregon,
didn't expect it. You can sure bet that Dallas Vendetta didn't expect it.
I had all the wall hacks, and I still didn't think that he would expect that other person to go to the rotate. You can't teach that.
Yeah. Can't teach that indeed. That's Wichita Academy reclaiming the lead. Sure, Dallas Vendetta, they had bounced back 4 rounds in a row. But ever since then, it's been 2 back for Wichita Academy, and they're starting to look a lot stronger towards their attacks. Kind of in a similar vein to what Dallas Vendetta did as soon as they started making their adjustments towards their own attacking half.
10 seconds to insertion.
Yeah, and it must be noted that most of Dallas Vendetta's 3-round streak was, or excuse me, 3 of their 4 rounds were on attack. So winning a huge streak of rounds on defense, a little bit different, I would argue, based on the map, based on the context. We'll say that going back to Spiff, if he keeps dying, like, I mean, his team kind of bailed him out there. Whatever Reetzig did there, that's just that's just a big boy play. Killing players inside, you probably maybe if you roll that round back, that maybe could go a little bit differently, but you can't rely on that. Again, it's steps that are kind of getting missed or skipped or just outright failing, and they're still winning the rounds. Can't rely on that. So if Dallas Vendetta has anything going for them, it's that. It's that Wichita Academy has shown shades of sloppiness. I say as the guy, he gets the opening kill, but Ambi maybe doesn't follow up on that drone as well as he could have, and he gets taken out by Giddy, meaning, hey, we're in a 4-4. And I don't know. I mean, both teams are probably feeling okay about that. It's coastline, baby. It's intense, and it's overlapping.
Yep, but for Wichita Academy, they still have a lot of work to do, mainly upstairs. But Spiff getting a refrag onto Giddy means that they're probably not going upstairs at all. They're just going to be pushing straight horizontal. Reed holding the flanks, making sure players like Newers don't get away with anything, and he'll cut him down, send him home in a body bag, and reclaim the man advantage for Wichita Academy. Still 1:23 left to work with. They could rotate this push entirely, and they will at least have to touch office for a brief moment, because that's where the case is. The diffuser now picked up in the back pocket of Reed as the rest of his team starts knocking over towards the bomb site door.
What?
Ashen hits a
What?
beautiful shot on
Nah.
Vivid. Good night, as Kento's going to answer back with a nice shot of his own, but he needs 2 more to come out the victor.
And he's going to get another, and we talked about Kento needs to wake up. This could be his moment. But it's him versus the IGL. Reed Sink. He's going to go for the Alpine route all the way around. He's sprinting, so I mean, there's a chance Kento could have heard that, but it looks like Kento's none the wiser. He doesn't react, at least not for now. Neither of them seem to have an idea of where the other is. And you see that Bulletproof's actually looking towards the kitchen door. So there's a chance maybe the Lion can actually sneak around and catch Kento in this corner. He might have him pinned here, but he has to actually check the corner. But there's a Bulletproof in the other direction as well, giving away Reed's position. The flashbang, sprinting, but he doesn't actually look where Kento was, and he still wins the fight. Reed just taking control over the past 2 rounds, and he puts his team on match point. I don't know how he just won that. He ran in there like he had no idea where Kento was. Just, you know how Reed Sync is. He's flexing. His biceps are pulsating when he runs in. He's screaming that the sound is broken as he's clutching. And then he still wins that fight against Kento, who was hitting stinkers at the end of that round. But it's all for naught.
To be fair, it was incredibly impressive that while full blind, Kento was able to navigate his way to the rotate hole.
That's what I'm saying. Like, what?
That's incredibly impressive.
I mean, if we want to back it up a little more, Ashen's kill on the Vivid.
Yeah, Vivid's like, I just died to an elbow. I'm getting ghosted.
Like, you know what's hilarious about it is Vivid. If you're a smoke player, you know this synergy. Like on Coastline, you probably scrim it enough that you realize, like, oh, at this point, smoke's not even worth. You've been enough 1v5s in scrims, right? Where you're like, can I just play like an operator with the like alibi on site? Because it's the same, functionally the same op. It's smokes, or not smokes. Excuse me. You don't have the smokes, but you have a really good gun. You have the shotgun, and you have the shield still, right? So Vivid's playing it for that reason, and he's thinking, oh, I got a better gun. Like, I can win this round now. Like, that's the whole mindset around it, and he still gets folded like that.
Mm-hmm.
Even with the, I can't believe Ashton won that gunfight, to be honest. And then Reed Sync there, what's even funnier, if you go way back, Reed Sync almost got turned on there by Newer.
He really did. It was close. And we would have been screaming, new crew for life.
I would have just been, I would have, talk about me losing my mind. If Newer had gotten that kill. But he didn't. If, shoulda, coulda, woulda. Either way, we're on 6-4. And Wichita Academy, if they take this map, they don't win the series yet, because this is best of 5, if you didn't know. And you know how best of 5s work.
Yes. We will be going to Chalet after this, which is Dallas Vendetta's map choice, but still a very strong map for Wichita Academy. So could they go for back-to-back 3-0s in grand finals? Stage to stage? Maybe. Because this one is shaping up to be quick and decisive, as they've really cleaned up their act on their attacks, even after the first one looked a little bit rough for them. Now they're on match point. A single round into their favor, a single more successful attack will end our journey on Coastline.
Not if Newer has something to say about it. He will get Reed Sync, all those EU1D scans, and the diffuser, and then promptly die right after it. And we've talked about it. Critical point. Newers has been just ridiculous for this team. Arguably propelled them to this point. Over the hump. Over their, we can only get top 4 hump that they suffered in CL to get into a finals of something. He's doing his part. Now it's time for the others. They're the only ones left. Newers has gone down early. We've got the entire AAA crew just ready to go. And the thing is, they're actually attacking. Remember how I said you can't really do this without the buck? They're doing it. Maybe going for cool vibes and the big window at the same time. It's looking like it, and this is really early in the round. Ashen.
Oh no!
I'm gonna disregard that for now, because Ashen's just in the site, taking control of the situation, because there's literally no one home for Dallas. No one in the site at all. Ashen's just crouch walking up. He somehow wins that gunfight, crouching against a Jaeger who's holding the angle. But he goes down finally to Vivid, who's cool vibes. And Asians, speaking of cool vibes, will take control of it against a shotgun. A Vivid shotgun, by the way. The grenade forcing Giddy to move. And Kito just walks in front of Asian, who gets 2 kills to put Wichita Academy up 2 maps in this best of 5.
Wow, what a play to just crouch walk through. And the
Where's
confidence from Ashen.
everybody?
They're worried about the wrong thing. Sure, Spiff down below kills himself with a nade and drops diffuser in blue bar as they were potentially going to go for an execute as soon as, because what most likely would have happened is had that nade not killed the planter, Spiff would have rotated outside, gone up to Aqua, went for a default plant because Ashen had so much site control as he could just hold a cut towards Cool Vibes. But instead, Ashen had to get a little bit more jiggy with it. I'm sure trades went whichever way, but Asian on Cool Vibes stairs, just getting even more refrags, solidified the match.
Yeah, I just glossed over whatever happened to Spiff. I had to. We had to watch whatever Ashen was doing. That's a big boy play. Big boy plays decided that round. I mean, the map for them. I mean, Resync sprinting around, winning clutches, doing what. Resync, that was stage 1 finals Resync right there at the end of that game. Ashen, of course, at the end, we just talked about it. Those are championship plays. And if you're Dallas Vendetta, a lot of that was Newers keeping you in the game. It's about to get real now. Series point coming up.
On Chalet, sure, a map choice for Dallas Vendetta, but a very comfortable one for Wichita Academy, because if you recall correctly, last time we were in a grand finals, Wichita Academy got a 5-1 defensive half on Chalet against One Shot, a very prominent team on that map.
Yep, and these two actually played on this map. But yes.
You would say that they're comfortable on it, CJ?
I would say they're comfortable
on the map.
I'm comfortable with they're sitting on going into this one.
What exactly do you think that they're sitting on, CJ?
A Mavix gaming chair, which you can You can't purpose. You can purchase a Mavix gaming chair at mavix.com / not / NerdStreet Gamers. NSG code 55. NSG 55 rather. It's the code. You can get a good deal, 55 off. You can get really solid payment plans. If you know, maybe you shouldn't buy it, but you want to buy it anyway. Fit it into your budget. You put them butt cheeks in a Mavix gaming chair. And maybe, Connor, maybe you will be half the player that Newers is.
I mean, hey.
If you have a better chair.
If you have the future 9 functions of critical ergonomics
Yeah.
support you all the way through.
You think
all the
so?
way from Oregon to Chalet. The two most opposite kind of maps.
You said that way smoother than I ever could. The critical ergonomic. That won't. Let me spoiler alert. If you buy the Mavix chair, you will not be half the player that Newers is. It's impossible. Okay. I think there are pro
You'll
players.
be 2 times the player.
There are pro players right now that have gaming houses and probably have Mavix gaming chairs and are still not as good as Newers. But anyway, I've hyped them up enough. We'll get to enjoy watching these two teams play after a quick break. After this.
Have to get aggressive. Breach looking for it, and Hill got it.
Have to push for the kill. You have to kill them with
Transfers on 1-3. What a passion! It's high noon. There's the 1v2. It's 5-1 half for Sir.
There once was a tournament during the season of snow, filled with contenders of might, with names Deez, Ligma, and Joe. The road was a trying one, wrists aching with cramps. In the end, victors rose. We call them Winter Champs. Before they departed, they left us these words. Our journey's just begun, all thanks to the nerds.
Have to get aggressive. Breach looking for it, and Hill got it.
Have to push for the kill. You have to kill the Maluski.
Transfers on 1 on 3. What action! It's high noon. There's the 1v2. It's 5-1 for Sir.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're on map 3 and potentially the final one of this best of 5, solidifying Wichita Academy as the back-to-back stage winners. Or Dallas Vendetta might just pull out the reverse sweep starting here on Chalet.
You know what? Just thanks. I hope it's not a 3-0 because I didn't cast you. It was a pro. Summer Champs was just a 3-0. This, based on our critical analysis, could also just be a 3-0, which would stink. I don't think we've ever had an epic. I mean, even last stage was a 3-0, wasn't it?
Yep.
Best fives are
One
cursed.
shot.
They're not as epic as you would think. Just kidding. This could still be epic. Honestly, this was still fun, even if it does go 3-0 like that. It lived up to the hype. These are two teams. Both of them have a lot to prove. Even though Wichita Academy, even by virtue of winning, they wouldn't secure anything. They're already in the pro end. They would just secure some extra lunch money. You know, Ambi would secure a geometry tutor.
Ambi would also secure a 6-inch sub from Subway from his org owner that promised him that.
Not even a foot long.
Not even a foot long. He just asked for Subway and he goes, I will give you a 6-inch sub, nothing more.
Are you serious?
Yep.
Wichita will do better. Ambi deserves.
I want Deranged to buy him a full meal.
Are you guys serious?
Want the $5 foot long? He needs a drink and a side,
And
chips
the
and a
chips.
cookie. Chips and cookie. He's a growing boy.
And a cookie and napkins.
Did you see the 1v4 he got today? You see the 4K clutch? Oh, I mean both of them. He has 2.
That just pissed me off. That just ruined my day. A six, not even the full length. You just get 6 inches. Are you serious? Are you serious? That better be a joke. Anyway, Chalet. Sub sandwiches aside, we're gonna go to Chalet really quickly, really soon. And like I said,
Right now.
Connor, like, am I crazy? Or these two, didn't they already play this?
Yes, they did.
How'd that one
And
go?
it was very close.
Was it? I was at the game where
Yes.
Vivid was in a corner, just. I'm pretty sure. I remember. Vivid played a heroic game to keep. And it was Newers too. That was when we first kind of I was like, yo, Newers. That was my first game with him. I was like, okay. It was their first matchup in the group stage on Chalet. And you know, Connor, we keep saying Kento this, Kento that. I think it's gonna have to be the same formula. Vivid's gonna have to have incredible site play. You're gonna have to see biblical play out of Newers more so than what he's already done. Which is,
I mean, I think the biggest thing is just still highlighting Kento makes sense because Newers popping off seems to be consistent. It's a constant that somebody else needs to help him, and it should be Kento because we know he can. We can be hard on him because we've seen him just pop off before in Challenger League at high levels of competition, but it's just not there.
he's been the go-to guy, is the thing, right? He was the number one option go-to guy. He's kind of been relegated to like 3rd. And that's not what they expected. So maybe this will be his map. Because we've talked about it enough. We know he can do it.
And defuse bombs.
But will he? That's the biggest question.
Man, we can talk about cans all day. You know?
Hypotheticals. They're fun. We need the reality. We need the whole cold, harsh reality that right now, Dallas Vendetta, they're down 2-0. That's not a good position to be in. You can count on one hand how many reverse sweeps happen. It's a rarity.
10 seconds remaining.
Barely ever happens because it's incredibly difficult to do.
5 seconds left before insertion.
WTF's flying out from heavy. What's wrong, brother?
Defuse the bomb.
What happened?
Maybe he just couldn't shoot a drone. Or he was dodging
Yeah, like
the drone.
is it... Okay. All chat message aside. Ashton is coming in from the basement with a... Is that what I think it is? That ain't what I think it is. That's a DMR. On Twitch. And... I'm gonna have to rub my eyeballs again. The site's not here, is it? It is. Never mind. I just couldn't see the bomb. Nice and quiet. Ashton's just crouch walked up casually with the DMR. And he might catch someone. He will. I don't believe what I just witnessed, to be honest. Vivid of all people. Vivid hasn't even played that much smoke today. And he just walks into that. And Ashton might catch another. He won't kill him, but he'll tag Enrio up a lot. Enrio will get the kill and survive. Honestly, how is Enrio alive? Tagged up. Just getting shot from everywhere. And the rest of Dallas Vendetta getting kills of their own, as this is just a full-blown roam. Outside of the one crouch walk kill from Ashen, nothing goes the way of Wichita Academy on the bar side of the map. And it's effectively, I mean, an 85% flawless round.
Ooh, and the hip fires to boot. Like you said, just that initial mistake of Vivid not expecting somebody all the way crouch walked inside of Wine. Then after that, Newers went crazy. The rest of the room went huge. The coverage, the cutoffs, the observer crashing. Absolutely flawless.
You gotta go. You are a curse. You have to go. Get off my stream, C-Dats. You brought this virus, this stream crash 19. You brought it to our lovely SCS stream.
Yep.
And I hate you for it.
We are unfortunately going to have to rehost fully. It's unfortunate.
Damn. Okay. Well, I guess if that's your Wichita Academy, you get to talk about it. What the hell just happened? Because they had a really nice lead. You killed the one guy who was on site, actually, if I'm not mistaken. Or there may have been one other person.
Yeah.
That was a roam.
I think there was somebody like extended blue.
Yeah. But you still lose that round. Because he had one guy who was like, dude, I don't care about this roam. What? I'm going to site. And it worked. You had everyone else who's dropping. I watched a Thermite drop library hatch. Why didn't Thermite get the wall? You know? Overconfidence, maybe. We talk about, I mean, when you've got a team that can just win rounds and literally any way possible, maybe you have rounds like last round, which honestly made no sense. It made a lot more sense just maybe slow play it and do it every. But they're confident in what they were doing, which was a whole lot of things, a lot of moving parts, and they still lose. But still concerning.
It was like a giant chain reaction. It's like as soon as one of the gears got clogged up, the entire machine just burst into flames. Spontaneous combustion. It wasn't good at all. Also,
that gunfight with Enrio. Maybe if he kills Enrio, Ashen. Which he almost did. I mean, he shot him.
It was very close. He has F2. He wins that. Hot take.
No, cold take. Wait. Bad take. Because he did like 70 damage with one hit. On a one armor, the DMR is perfect.
Yeah, but by the time that little gap before he could shoot the second shot, the F2 would have shot 30.
I think your math's off there, but true. But then again, all he had to do was do one more micro click. Literally just had to do this. And that round could have been different. Totally different. But instead, they kind of, I don't know, that was a haphazard round. And it's maybe they get a little time to calm down here as we're Once again, if you're wondering what the hell is happening, something, I don't know, the refrigerator was running and the stream crashed. That's what happened. Okay, so we're just waiting, we're rehosting. Be patient.
Yeah. And not a whole lot to break down in the round, in the game. Very default bans. Thatcher Flores, Mira Valk. Standard for Chalet. A failed attack. I didn't get anything going because the roam game was just winning gunfights.
You know what we can't talk about? I'm still passionate about this. Where did you hear the sub sandwich thing at?
I saw it on Twitter.
Like, isn't Kansas known for like wheat fields and like, you know, y'all got plenty of bread out there. You can give the guy another 6 inches. He's one of your best players. He's a generational prodigy.
You can double the sandwich.
Let me tell you something, Wichita. Wolves, that is. Let me find out you are mistreating Ambi by underfeeding him. Let me find out. And we're going to have a problem. You're going to hear from me. Just know that. Just know that. I'm passionate about this.
Ambi needs to be treated right.
I'm not laughing. This ain't funny.
This is a future first round draft pick.
Exactly.
Future Challenger League star.
So let me find out you're doing him wrong. Let me find out. Anyway, we're still waiting, guys. Most of the players in the lobby, like, let me do quick math here. 9 out of 10.
Who are we waiting on?
Someone from Wichita. You know who? Ambi. Because he's
He's
probably
just
starving to death. What kind of joke is that? Guy looks like art. I mean, Ambi is... Have you seen the door picture? Ambi next to doors? Ambi needs milk. Ambi needs a milk with his 12-inch sub, and you guys are cheapskates. And now he's the last one in the lobby. I guess his internet needs some milk too. I don't know what he's doing. But we're waiting on Ambi, and we'll get right back into map number 3. Okay, guys? Just calm down. He's here. All right, so everybody just calm down. We're gonna be okay. Just breathe. We're gonna get through this together. All right? Map number 3.
And still on round number 2 because the entire server died last time. So we didn't miss any action, thankfully. The only action we really missed was anything from the Wichita Academy attack because they barely got anything going. Super segmented, super just here and there, trying to take gunfights towards roamers and losing them because new crew for life. With the Roni is a good recipe for success. Now we're going to see Newers on the Wamai, an operator that he does either really well or really bad on because he takes aggressive gunfights early on, and sometimes you would like to think that the Wamai should stay alive because he's like a fine wine, gets better with age. As the round progresses, more and more magnets means more and more utility the attackers have to extend to really take control of a certain area. But kind of the all or nothing approach with Newers, that if he's going to just swing and get kills, might as well end the round early regardless.
And I would also say statistically, and usually I'm a person that hates statistics.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
I dropped out of college because I hate statistics. But, you know, he's like plus 60. So I would say more often than not, he's, you know, he's alright at it.
Mm-hmm.
He's okay, you know. And he's going to put down some gates. We've got a library defense here. Nothing crazy. This isn't like some Big Bang Theory action going here. You know, this is just it's a typical defense. We've got the Jaeger, the Wamai, the usual, the works. And well, here we are. How will Wichita Academy approach it? Because going back to the first matchup, there was a lot of rounds won through this dining room side of things. Actually, someone like an Ashen or an Asian would hit the misdirection, would hit the counterplay, and it would blow up the whole defense. Even though it was a strong utility-based defense, the pressure from the other side of the map, and library, I mean, the pressure from the other side of the map would just come in, and it would be enough to swing the whole sway of the round. And Kento is going to be charged, Enrail in assistance is going to be charged with protecting this west side of the map, or north, depending on how your compass works.
Yeah, if Enrio properly reads into the trophy jump in, could net a free frag because it seems like all eyes for Wichita Academy are over towards Kento, but instead Reed from the window. He'll take out Enrio. Kento, he's still going to be alive and kicking. Down goes Ambi. 1-for-1 trade, not horrible for the side of Dallas Vendetta's defense because now they have so much intel. That intel, the Wichita Academy are pushing straight horizontal. They're putting pressure towards kitchen, putting pressure towards all these areas, holding cuts, and making sure that nobody can flank them, as Reedsink, even on the hard breach, will be doing just like he did on Coastline.
I would say whatever they did there that's one way of taking West Main. Everyone just hop in. 5-star wanted level. Let's get West Main. But I guess they've opted to rotate it towards an office side of things. I guess they just really wanted to get in the trophy. They just really got to set the tone and the tempo there. And then now they're going to the basement. This is exactly what happened in the first matchup. Someone came in somewhere crazy, and it was enough to throw the whole defense off. They're still trying to utility clear and do whatever on the top floor while doing whatever this is on the lobby stairs. I don't even know where Ash just got shot from, personally. If it was from the map holes, how's he alive? He wasn't even looking at him for a second there.
But still on the back side, there's a lot of just map control for Dallas Vendetta. They really have every piece. Mainly this back tower stairs that's going to net Kento a free kill and cut off the tip of the spear that is Ashen. Asian, he's there for the refrag. Down goes the alibi. And in comes a nade as well as the aggressive swing doesn't net the kill onto Vivid. Newers tags on Reed as well. And Spiff with a refrag doesn't seem to have enough time to get anything going. Narrowly chasing towards Newers, who's fighting for his life inside the main lobby. But even if he loses, the round would have been over due to time. But it's Newers. He doesn't lose. Pistol out, gets a frag, gets a round for Dallas Vendetta once again, back to back.
Interesting. A lot of moving parts to that attack. A lot like the first round. And it's not working out. Now, I say that, and the next 4 attacks could work perfectly because they continue that, or they could maybe play it a little more traditionally. But whatever they're doing there, like three guys in trophy. And be just dry peeking. I guess the lobby stairs map holes aren't that crazy, but it just definitely feels like there's, you know, it's like they're pulling up at the drive-thru, right? And they're trying to order a chicken sandwich, a burger, the mozzarella sticks, and a hot dog with a shake all at once. You know, just pick one thing and go with it. Right, but they're going all over the place, doing a lot of different things. Keep it simple. You don't
when
need
the
the
game
whole
gets simplified, Wichita Academy actually thrive a bit more because they can play off their gunfight. They can just overall use the aggressive play style that they are known for instead of just taking the middle floor, then going upstairs and going down into the basement and just avoiding everywhere but the areas that mattered. In a clear, to be trying to push site with 20 seconds left, not clearing out blue stairs, that's going to lose you the round 99 times out of 100.
But what about that 1 out of 100?
It wasn't that. It wasn't last week. It wasn't last round.
Fair enough. We have a master defense where Wichita Academy's coming from the library side of things. They're coming, I guess, from the balcony as well. MB swinging in here before his team's actually cleared library, which is, I mean, quite frankly, that's very abrasive and brave. One thing you can say about Ambi is he's very brave. He doesn't have any fear. That can be a good thing and a bad thing. But from those windows, he can do a lot of good work. He can really, really constrict the players playing in bathroom. Even playing on this, how would you like to call it, the owl. Ashen will go down first, and Newers, who's once again reminding us why he's like, you know, a good player. We would consider him good at this video game, I would say. NC4L.
Losing the 0 first could potentially hurt and open up flank avenues for Dallas VENDETTA, but with their current positions seeming very rooted in the bomb site, don't quite know if that's going to happen. Sure, Newers can get active, but Spiff is going to shut him down immediately, holding flanks as a sledge. Somebody's got to do it. Might as well be our man Spiff. Down below could still use nades, but Asian right next to the bomb site seems to want to get aggressive as Ambi also sees the gun barrel of Enrio's Jaeger slowly peeking out, and he's going to get right on by. Ambi, he doesn't see him, but he's going to get him anyways. If Enrio was a little bit more comfortable, a little bit more confident, got a sprint
what is
action going on, could have worked out, but instead Reed's going to whiff with the pistol, get shotgunned into Narnia by Vivid. This round, it was almost opened up for Wichita Academy, but one blunder befalls them, and Vivid starts going huge. It's just Spiff outside trophy window with a whole lot of work to do.
Listen, Resync is a champion, all right? Spiff should, I guess he doesn't get that kill. Missed opportunity. Resync is a champion, all right? But even the most confident player in the galaxy should not feel like you can run up on Charles Vivid with not even the pistol with extra bullets, just the 1911. I mean, I'll just see the look on my face right now. Resync is a brave soldier. He is. There's no shortage of bravery on Wichita Academy, but holy cow. C-Dabs. He walked at him with a pistol, and then
Yep, I would call a timeout after that one too.
he wishes he had an LMG. He would have probably gotten the kill if he was an actual like entry op with an LMG, because all the entry ops have LMGs these days. I like the concept behind the play. I just don't like a pistol. What do you think, you're like a cop with a pistol?
Like Marmalade?
I don't know.
Yeah, we're gonna gloss over that one, but
Timeout required, definitely.
maybe if Wichita Academy had just stopped to take a breath. The initial success in the round was there. 2 kills for seemingly nothing, just holding flanks. And then everybody else besides Vivid was so far away from the bomb site. But instead of just flashing him out or droning him and understanding his exact position inside a closet, it was just a dry peek with a pistol. It ended up dropping diffuser inside the bomb site and really just stalled and removed everything that Wichita Academy did well throughout the entirety of the round in one fell swoop.
You know what's wild is, technically this game is originally, at least, I know the operators are from everywhere now, but it was like some law enforcement, like these are all like the most epic police, versions of from their respective country. But come on, man, don't bring a pistol to an assault rifle job. Dude thinks he's like some random New York City cop from the 70s, just running around with a pistol. I can't believe that. But it's that type of just bold and brazen gameplay that has kind of led them down this hole. It's led them to this point. They're doing way too much, way too extra.
10 seconds remaining.
And maybe after this time, they'll play a more traditional game.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Maybe.
Yeah, because this map, we can say it leans a little bit towards the attacker side. Definitely an attacker-sided map through and through. Dallas VENDETTA, through the first 3 rounds, have already secured a split half. They haven't even touched a bomb site like Kitchen, which is a very high, very strong one for the defense. It's one of the more difficult ones to break down from an attacking perspective. You still just have to win those long-range gunfights if you go for a trophy take. Or pardon me, over towards a lobby take. Or you have to push down into very close quarters, awkward positions if you go for a solar take, which it looks like Wichita Academy are lining up for.
Nice shot from Giddy with that ump. just obliterating Ambi. You know, he did this before in this matchup against these two in the regular season. He had a pretty okay clip with the ump, I would say. Absolutely obliterated Wichita Academy before, and Ambi gets a taste of that again in this present day. He'll go down first before getting to do much of anything, and this is once again a solar side push for Wichita Academy, but considering there's two defenders just actively staring at the swing in right now, you're gonna hope something more can happen for them. Maybe on another part of the map, maybe from this window. Ashton's trying to peek. He'll actually find Enrio. Exactly the type of thing that they needed, but there's still another defender in the vicinity. It's Kento, who's actually rotated away from Solar completely to try to respond to that kill, to that pick. And he will. He'll find Asian, ultimately, and put his team back in the lead.
Yeah, and just long angles once again. Reed Sync now pushing through, trying to get a little bit aggressive as Giddy could swing out. And Kento and Reed are right on the opposite sides of that blacktop hard wall. Now becomes a nice, okay, I was going to say who swings first moment as Reed does exactly that. Giddy will cut him down and also find the head of Ashton just peeking through the rotate hole. And this round is officially chalked. 4v1 situation for Spiff. His location is known. Sure, he can take out Kento. How much more can he really do? For Dallas Vendetta, they're just going to play it smart. They're going to drop. Sure, Spiff has a sledgehammer, but he doesn't have really anything else to help him besides that one singular nade. Barely any time on the clock, just 30 seconds. Can't effectively do full vert. He's going to have to drop prey, win some gunfights with Dallas Vendetta members who are playing passive, waiting for him to just drop on in and try to plant. His time's on their side, and Newers is just going to actually be sitting there and finish him off. Nice shot, actually. I thought he had dropped, but no, he just shoots right through the soft wall, following the bullet tracers and winning 4 rounds in a row for Dallas Vendetta.
Just Wichita Academy unable to get anything going. Giddy just shot
Everyone.
I mean, he shot a particle and got a headshot. And nothing really materializing for this team. Wichita, nothing on attack. And a lot of that is just Dallas Vendetta. This is what we've come to expect of them as a core, as a unit overall. They're just not going to give you a whole lot, especially if you're kind of biting off more than you can chew. And if you're Wichita Academy, you came off a timeout and you still aren't able to really put together a coherent attack. You got arguably, debatably, depending on who you're a bigger fan of, your best player right now is on a donut. Definitely looking out of sorts on Chalet, which of course, as you can see, top left of your screen, they didn't really pick it. Then again, this is a best of 5. They couldn't ban it. They banned something else. Not this.
Yeah, and for Wichita Academy as well, on this, just actually global statistics for their attacks is a 65% win rate. They know how to attack. They're comfortable. They're confident with them. But right now, it's just massive mistakes over and over again. And they're looking uncomfortable at every step of the way. Dallas Vendetta looking a lot stronger. Maybe a lot better prepped, as this Wichita Academy map is very, very exposed. Confident enough to pick it in a BO5. But as we just said, it is a decider. It's just kind of an unbanned. But still, bringing it into the first 3 maps means that it's guaranteed to be played. So do with that information as you will. Kento's locked up inside a kitchen, constantly on this room, on this side. He's now going to be pushed off. I was just about to say, I have no clue how he lived. Living with 5 HP, is going to get away all the way to the back stairs. They did so much damage from last time.
He just survived an airstrike, a strafing run. I don't know. He's alive, though. Kento, he won't be getting healed. There are no healing operators that can welcome him with open arms. But Ashton can be welcomed by Newers, who is playing his favorite corner on this map. Tucked here, waiting for a coordinated, concentrated clear to come through, but it's simply not going to happen. There's just a twitch on this balcony. The rest of Wichita Academy spread out across a wide front, which has been the story of their attack half. Hasn't worked all that well for them. Ashen, I mean, right now he would have to work a miracle to get a pick at all. And the rest of his team's working kind of independently. Asian on that map, walking around by himself. Gonna get a bulletproof, but once more, this is the theme for Dallas Vendetta. They're not gonna give you anything easily, especially when they're entrenched like this. So
yeah, just sit and play the waiting game. Toxic Babes going towards the top of the Ivy hallway, and a flashbang. It manages to sneak through because there's not enough my discs and not enough ADSs due to the burn coming out. That shield no longer is safe, but Vivid, he's going to hold in that position regardless. Still standing strong, wasting time, making sure that at Wichita Academy have to flood in with the red zone coming out. Another Toxic Babe, that's the final one coming through. As the rotate downstairs, it's being cut by Asian, but now as he rotates away, that avenue is clear. In the meantime, Ambi fell at the hands of Newers, but Reed and Asian, they're going to tack on for 2 to swing the man advantage back into their favor.
a weird urgency needs to amp up significantly because we're at 20 seconds. Ashen is still moving with maximum caution, but he'll actually get him that kill. I don't know, actually, no, Spiff will get the kill. Just Kento and Giddy, but time is on their side. But I guess the positioning isn't, because Asian just knew he was there, and Ashen with the cleanup, meaning Wichita Academy will get their first round, albeit in haphazard fashion. I mean, whatever Asian just did was some, I mean, that is just some Mission Impossible going on there. The guy stood in the middle of the hallway, took shots onto someone who had to have communicated, hey, there's a Mav, like, in short, pushing up.
Yep.
Right? And then look where Asian went, just around the fireplace, killed Enrio, opened up around for the rest of his team to push through in the library. And then, well, that's all she wrote. Their first round of the map, which is a testament to just how solid Dallas Vendetta has been. But the better news for Dallas Vendetta is it hasn't just been like only Newers doing it, right? Everyone is kind of
everybody's getting involved. Giddy had a big round. Everybody but Enrio, I guess. That's where we put the asterisk. But he had a huge map 1 that got them to overtime, but sure, it still didn't go out into their favor. Chalet defenses can be tough.
Definitely. They got one more. Master. Wichita Academy struggled mightily on this one. I mean, to the extent that they had Reed Sink literally pulling out a pistol in desperation to kill Vivid. Take on one with Vivid on a shotgun. But last round showed some hope that they aren't necessarily ready to just lay down and seed the map and just, treat this like it's a 1-map break going to the final maps of the best 5. They're here to try to win it, but it's a really, really tall mountain that they'll have to overcome. And Ambi coming in from the office balcony, I've seen people go for Gone 6s when they move the way Ambi's moving. It looks like he's just going for a cheeky kill or two. Not going to get it, but it might be a total switch of the recipe, We're going to go for a library take now instead of solar. If you're
We've seen there's been constant adjustments on Wichita Academy. Mainly that bar attack that we saw earlier on that went upstairs, downstairs, middle floor, basement, blada blada, here, there, everywhere. It didn't work. This time, last round, they nixed away the basement push. They had more time for the upstairs. Now for the side of Wichita Academy, with their solar push last time, they just failed to clear a certain corner that Vivid liked to play in. Now a full adjustment comes out that they're going to open up downstairs, make sure that Kento can't get aggressive. Spiff can easily hold this flank with a giant breach opened up by Reed Sink, as well as now the breach is going to go over towards the half wall, opening up the plant, the end game, the execute for Wichita Academy as Asians getting aggressive towards the library hallway.
The Twitch drone's looking to do a lot of work here. Discs and stimuli still present for the defense that they can use, and use it they will. Giddy swinging off utility clearing Maverick, and Newer's going for a hop out at no one's home, and he'll get down for it mid vault and live, at least for the time being. Yes, he'll get up and he'll be able to participate in the latter stages of the round, which is surely coming up shortly as we're getting to that minute mark. That execute time, baby. And there are 3 Wolves attackers, all positioned on the library side of things. There's no misdirection. There's no cuteness. And the one thing they're missing right now, if I gotta say, that grenade maybe should have killed Giddy. It was red. He lived, though. And he's just surviving everything. Ashen will actually go down. Ashen's opting to play this window here on this balcony versus the big window. B-dubs. The one I get really passionate about when people don't use it. And Giddy is going to continue lighting up the scoreboard. He's playing a very aggressive position, constantly being healed off those Thunderbird devices. And well, right now, Wichita Academy has to dig deep because they're staring down the barrel of a 1-5 deficit. Regis swings in and gets 2, though. And Ambi will find 1 as well. I don't know how in the world.
10 seconds to go.
And Kento's nowhere to be seen. We're in the red zone. 5 seconds on the clock when this plant's going to be going down. And Ambi is in a perfect position to cover, though he's being pinged by the bulletproof and still wins the gunfight. Let me tell you, there's not a universe where I thought Wichita Academy was winning that round, but they somehow managed to do just that.
Every time that Wichita Academy need to pull deep and Reed Sink is still on the board, he's been making plays happen. Whether it's on Oregon, whether it's on Coastline, and now here on Chalet, his ability to break down a stalled round has been nothing short of amazing. Here, everything was going wrong for Wichita Academy. You have players just quick peeking and throwing nades and getting their heads blown off immediately in like a 0.1 millisecond frame for Giddy to just get those kills. He gets fully healed back up. He's surviving 3 nades his direction that are all red indicators and only losing 20 HP. The Siege Gods wanted Dallas Vendetta to win. Reed Sink wanted to win it more. A beautifully timed push up the piano area,
Attackers have located a bomb.
using the rotate holes to his advantage. Take out Enrio. Take out everybody. Beautiful stuff. Plant going down. Overall coverage. Wichita Academy pulled that one out of seemingly nowhere. And now have a 4-2 half, which isn't the worst thing in the world. We've seen them get 5-1 splits on their own defenses. They're just as comfortable on defense as attack, which hopefully for Dallas Vendetta's sake doesn't mean that they just get reverse swept here. And Wichita Academy pulled this out in 3.
5 seconds remaining.
There's a bulletproof looking at Reed Sink, too.
Attackers
Staring him right in the eyes as he just did that. The guy shows up in the finals. Say what you may. But he does. And well, as you said, Wichita Academy is very comfortable in this. They've shown it against One Shot. They even showed it in the first matchup between these two. They can very much hold defensively. They're not slouches. And Dallas Vendetta, you know what it is. We've said his name 72,000 times. In this stream alone. Newers. Really going to be relying on him. Bust things open for him. But right now, I mean, Wichita Academy's not giving them much of anything. Just kind of playing the utility clear game as usual. If you recall, I think Enrio actually had a nook round where he just ran up the lobby stairs to deal with this same defense.
Mm-hmm. He had somebody on cams he found in library.
He's playing a lot more passive now. I mean, he's just sitting on rappel right now, chilling. And Newers, look where is Newers going? Newers is going on a. He's like, listen, I'm out of here. I don't care about this game anymore. I'm going to another map. And that's a nice shot from Ashton. Just a snipe on the Vivid with the case. Vivid did get his pellets off, but he lost his off with his head subsequently after. And Newers, we talked about how he just, I don't know where the hell he just went, but he went in the basement of West Main and got that kill on the Asian.
Yeah, now for Giddy, trying to peek Ashen on this angle. Not necessarily well advised because he's already proven that he can take your hedge clean off as the body shots from Reed Sink fells down Kento. Enrio, he's going to start getting aggressive and the refrag onto Ashen comes through. But Ambi will immediately shut him down as it's essentially just Newers. He was on his own early in the round. Now he's on his own late. 3 bodies left to clean up. Reedsink, Ambi, and Spiff. And right outside the bomb site, he's going to get one. Down goes Ambi towards Stock. Now his position is fully known. He's walking into a crossfire, but it doesn't seem like Wichita Academy want to peek until Reedsink's going to do just that. Answering back with a strong defense. The top floor pressure too much to crack for Dallas Vendetta's attack. Wichita Academy are slowly cracking away at this lead.
I want to talk about it some more because Enrio is playing fearlessly in the group stage matchup. The guy, when someone locks knock and runs up the lobby stairs versus, you know, sitting on the rappel, like he sat on the office rappel for about 30 minutes. Hasn't found a kill yet. Hasn't really found his groove yet. There's definitely a difference in comfort, and right now is not the time for that. I think if you're Dallas Vendetta, you let it sing. You do those things that you had the confidence to do before, even though you're down in man count, in that man count. That's how you get the multi-map comeback that's needed going. Otherwise, I mean, Wichita Academy's slowly but surely, they're just clawing back into this game.
And Wichita Academy are also playing a lot more confidently. We've seen this happen mainly on Oregon, where Dallas Vendetta looked so good in the first half. Wichita Academy started getting into the game. They're adapting, they're reading how Dallas Vendetta are playing. And we better hope for Dallas Vendetta's sake that it isn't going to be just a clean sweep. Because who wants a 3-0 for grand finals? That's not fun. Unless you're a Wichita Academy fan. Just a Wichita Wolf in general. Wanting to see these players succeed. I guess that'd be pretty fun for them.
Maybe. Because, I don't know, you got a whole nother roster that... I don't know, who becomes the main roster? This one?
They aren't 18 yet.
But they're a dynasty at this point. If they win 2 stages in 3-0 fashion, I mean, we got to start talking dynasties.
Yeah.
Don't forget. Let me remind you all the stakes.
Throwing out the word, the best T3 of all time.
Because this is not some, you know, little baby T3 tournament they're winning here. This is one of the biggest events T3's ever seen. As Newish will get, and he'll just continue getting kills. What's new? The new crew's new. Asian will go down first. No, we're gonna have to really start having that discussion if they somehow come back in this one, because Dallas Vendetta are looking really, really strong to start this game. Newers, though, looking to keep that going with that opener. Right now, it looks like, I mean, we have a solar take coming through, right? Surely? Looks like it. Maybe.
Maybe, but Reedsink taking a lot of damage from the drone hole. He's going to have to fall away. But in the meantime, Kento fell once again at the hands of Ambi on the top floor roam, not wanting to let anything slip away on this defensive side. Spiff, he's also in a position. He gets 2.
They line up.
Down goes Vivid and Giddy. They lined up trying to repel. The drone intel wasn't there. They knew that Ambi was up, but they had no idea that Spiff was there too, and he's not one to let you forget very easily. This round that started off clean with a Newer's entry pick onto Asian has all of a sudden fallen apart. It's been all Wichita Academy. And now so much pressure is on the shoulders of Enrio and Newers to try to claw this one back, or else boom, poof, your lead has disappeared.
All the way back on map 1, we said, don't forget about Spiff. He's real easy to overlook. This should be a kill for Newers. Yeah, that's automatic. Ambi pinned himself in a corner. Once Newers has a drop on you like that, you forget it. But he's getting absolutely tagged up from these floor holes. And Enrio coming from the basement could be what is necessary to pull this round out. But it looks like the West Main player, the trophy player, was wise to the information that he was coming that way. Reed goes down to Newers, though. And if Ashen loses a gunfight, that could have been the round, maybe, for Dallas Vendetta. But it's a 1 versus 1, and unfortunately for Enrio, he has no idea where Spiff is. Even I didn't have an idea where he was. Spiff with the 3K. And as I was saying, you don't forget about this guy. It's real easy. Reedsink's just running at people. Captain Reedsink, Commander-in-Chief. And then you've got AAA. I mean, it's real easy to forget Spiff exists, and that Spiff is more than capable of taking over the game himself. He's currently topping the scoreboard for his team. And part of the reason they're willing themselves into a comeback now, 4 in a row, to tie us at 4 apiece.
Yeah, and alarm bells are ringing for Dallas Vendetta because they're struggling to enter in the building on their attacks. The full court press from Wichita Academy is coming out because they're feeling comfortable. They're feeling confident. They can just pop off at any moment. Sure, you can be like, okay, yeah, Ambi's here. Ambi's upstairs. Let's go kill Ambi. Then you line up and Spiff swings out and gets a double kill on a window. Spiff don't whiff, baby. Never has, never will. Sure, I mean, yeah, we've seen him whiff a lot, but it rhymes, so it has to be true, right?
Yeah, I mean, if we say it, it must be true, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's funny as he kind of whiffed and it get him in the second kill. Like, his crosshair placement was off on the guy repelling in. He shot him in the stomach. As we are going to fully rehost the lobby. There's too much ping. So we're going to rehost it completely. But it's like he missed slightly and it lined up with Vivid's head at the lower part of the window. Like, that's unbelievable to me. But here we are, staring down the barrel of perhaps a 3-0 because Wichita Academy's won 4 in a row, as I said, and they have the side where if you have those nerves, like if you're really nervous and you're really nervous and you're like really nervous and you're about to lose and you have to attack, you know how Siege works. I'm sure everyone at the stream right now has watched and played Rainbow Six Siege. It's easier to defend when you're nervous, if you're shaking in your boots over the stakes. And especially when you've won a bunch of rounds in a row. The vibes, it's a lot easier. It's a lot easier, C-Dabs, you know. So I'm scared for Dallas right now.
Yeah, another big thing is just, for Chalet, a lot of the attack comes down to just mitigating big play potential. Wichita Academy, shutting down big plays is kind of like the only thing you have to do. But that's so much easier said than done with the amount of talent that's on their roster. Pretty much a single miss drone, a single mistake will just catapult you into a full round loss because all of a sudden 3 players die in a moment's notice. You're like, what the heck just happened?
Like I said about this whole series thus far. What the hell? But I gotta say, the Fedora can be tipped to both teams, right? I can't say there's been anything like, this is grand final quality gameplay, right? Nobody's doing anything that's like, you know, like what the hell am I watching, you know? I don't get that energy from this. Okay, maybe the pistol thing with Reed. Okay, that was silly. Yeah. But everything else was fun. Everything else has been just quality gameplay. 2 Titans of their respective tier. This is CL's pride on the line because we just got 3-0'd last stage by these guys. They're about to do it again. You kidding me?
Back to back. I mean, hey, they don't even need to win this to be qualifying for the Pro-Am. They're just doing this for purely pride and money. There's no bigger things on the line. Dallas Vendetta, they'd like a higher seed in the Pro-Am, which I believe they're going to qualify on points regardless. So we'll see them there. But I mean, hey, with Wichita Academy coming through and choke slamming everybody in the competition, back-to-back stages, and going pretty deep in the standalone tournament, they are cementing themselves as quite the dynasty, as you were saying earlier.
I think we got to start talking about it. Because, I don't know, Oblivion, they didn't win no S tier. Okay, I don't know what tier we are on Wikipedia, but
I believe we're I think we're C tier.
I don't know how many of those they won. I don't recall. You know, the big championship is like the CCS championship. Do you recall any Oblation CCS championships? No. Disrupt, they won a couple. They did a couple good things. That old roster. We were having this debate in the green room. Everybody was chiming in. Who's the best T3 team of all time? If Wichita Academy can complete the trifecta here and do this, they got my vote. And I played against all of them. I didn't play against these guys, but I can see it with my eyeballs. I have 2 eyes and they work sometimes.
Yeah.
Well, let's get back into it. Let's stop talking like we're ESPN talking heads, and let's get into the game.
Because Dallas
Master
Vendetta, it's not over. It's not over at all.
Yeah,
It's
like,
only just a tied game.
I
And they're
brought the
on the
confetti.
advantageous side of attack. just
advantageous.
Unfortunately.
Excuse me? You know how many
Advantageous.
defender wins have been in this map? Are you kidding me right now?
Overall as the map, not in this specific case.
It doesn't matter, bro. We're talking right now in the moment.
Defenders
Nobody can
protect
attack
bombs
right now,
being defused by
apparently.
attackers.
I don't know. I'm an in the moment kind of guy. I mean, maybe you like the numbers, but I'm an in the moment like guy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I feel like in the moment, the defenders have the advantage right now. That's just me. Now we can agree to disagree. We can principally disagree here. But that's my opinion.
5 seconds.
And your opinion could be correct.
Attackers
Could be
must
wrong.
locate
That's why
and
it's an
defuse the
opinion.
bomb.
We can just sit here and watch some beautiful Siege being played. Lots of deep angles opened up by Wichita Academy. Once again, we know how they love those deep angles. Thankfully for Dallas Vendetta's sake, you don't have the Aruni DMR Bastion just laying prone through a pixel angle trying to tap you as you push forward on your library clear. Because that's what seems to be on the table for the DV attack right now. Lots of drones, lots of window play coming out. They'll probably try to burn towards top mezzanine and take control of lobby fully. Get some breaches opened. All that fun stuff. Push in towards a half wall plant. That's if they can clear all of these top areas. And right now, the Jaeger of Spiff, he managed to get away shooting drones downstairs, but the cuts from Giddy, that's what's going to finish him off. And the opening frag goes the way of DV.
Yo. What is so special about this spot that everyone's dying over it? The site is 10
He was
miles
running for
away.
his life.
That's hilarious. Okay, I also like it's something about like how defenders look on drones, like when they can't shoot it. Spiff kind of missed some shots on the drone, and then he died like immediately after. I thought that was kind of funny in a cosmic sort of way. It's a 5-3 lead for Dallas Vendetta. We're having a debate about whether this is attacker or defender sided. Right now, it's attacker sided. That's for sure. Ashton has something to say about it though. She's still trying to hold on downstairs, trying to find something. But Dallas Vendetta, I mean, the wise thing here is to not play into that, not give a pick away to this guy right now. He's Oryx. What's he gonna do? Jump up and punch the floor to deny a plant? There's no vertical denial at all. This is just gonna have to be straight gunfights if the defenders want a chance at winning it, and if the attackers want to just kind of lock it out. And yeah, Ashton just climbed up the hatch and died subsequently after. Flawless round for Dallas Vendetta after whatever you want to call it. I'm out, post, etc., etc.
Yep, having a little bit of server issues, but it doesn't seem to be stopping Giddy in that round in particular. First 3 kills going his favor, as everybody just wanted a piece of the sledge. But unfortunately, he was only handing out smoke towards the WW way. Flawless round to reclaim the lead is what Dallas Vendetta just put onto the table. Wichita Academy, they've got to try to bounce back. Thankfully for their sake, they're going to be going to Bar, one of the stronger sites for the defense. And depending on how Dallas Vendetta want to clear this, really kind of will put things into perspective on how the hold of Wichita Academy will go through. They're a very adaptive team. We see them hold all sorts of different areas on this bomb site in particular. Sometimes they'll push all the way over to Solar on the top flare extension. Sometimes they'll just really fall back downstairs and spread in lobby, as well as over towards kitchen and all these other wonderful areas that if Dallas Vendetta don't drone and clear and check, could punish.
Most definitely. Now, getting I don't even know how to describe his opening double kill last round. A punch hole double kill, cut off double kill, etc., etc.
10 seconds to insertion.
It's definitely something that can relieve the entry pains.
5 seconds to insertion.
But but I wouldn't rely on it to happen twice. And Nero's kind of playing operator roulette now. Capital, what could he possibly do with that?
Smoke off stock or head holes.
I don't honestly
Mez?
I can't recall. I mean, yeah, in theory, if we're just talking. Normally, if I see it, it's like something, you know, towards like the solar side of things. You know, you flame out the stairs or something. But like on this side, interesting. I don't know.
They could fire out top mez. Because there's no Wamai.
True. We'll have to see what the plan is. It's still early. The early bird special is still on. Windows getting shot on a library means we're probably going to have the attack coming from that way. And Newer's kind of playing an Overwatch role right now like some sort of hawk. Like some sort of eagle.
Yep, just cutting flanks and making sure that there's no aggression towards the Ivy hallway in that window and wherever the attack wants to push in from. As the first flashbang comes through, Ashen is sitting inside a fire, has no idea that he's in it because he's blind, and a nade will finish him off, even though the fire would have done the trick quite easily. Right there, a minute. That's all it took to clear top mez, and that's something that Dallas Vendetta struggled with heavily last time we saw this bomb site. Definitely off to a much better start. However, ReedSync from below, he's going to make that start significantly less great. Down goes your sledge, down goes your all-pro, all-lay Mickey, all-star vert player on a site in a take that is definitely dependent on that vert. Newers and Kento, the dynamic entry duo, they come in and get a pick a piece. But the refrag game, it's still going the way of DV. Unreal from the main stairs in the main lobby. We'll pick off Asian. It's just Ambi left alone in a 1v3.
Very peculiar engagement there. And Ambi just has no idea that Newers is there. And that's not the way to kill that guy. The Capital we speculated, or you correctly speculated, they're just going to flame out the mezzanine, the fireplace, the big center block thing in the middle of the lobby. They do that very well. Like I said, I don't really see that often. Usually if I see that same scenario, it's like a Goyo shield blowing up, not a perfect Capital flame with a perfect grenade.
Yep, that's why a lot of teams go for the double Wamai Jaeger on that bomb site, because it's so utility dependent. But you can just Capital out the player. I mean, even if the nade of Kento didn't come through, Ashen would have died to the flames. He was sitting in the middle of it full blind, not knowing what was happening to him, not knowing that his HP was quite literally just going up in flames.
You know, that's really good. I mean, that's something like you dry run it. Like, I don't know if it's coordination or just, I don't know. What do you want to call it? Probably coordination. It's probably the right word. But it was good. Excellent, I would say. Fabulous. Scrumptious, even. And it's the type of thing that puts you on match point. Dallas Vendetta trying to hang in there in this series.
5 seconds remaining.
And yeah, look at there's about a defender every,
Use a bomb.
I don't even know how to describe it, but they're everywhere.
Yep. Every room, there
room.
is somebody. There's only one person downstairs. That's Reed, the TCSG. Maybe Ambi if he decides to rotate back down. But as for the Dallas Vendetta attack, they're just going to be focusing on the cutoff game, making sure that these roamers, they can't get back to site unless it's in body bags, and that's exactly what Ambi's going for immediately, as Newers is going to cut his head clean off. In this potential final round of Chalet, Dallas Vendetta striking first is a good omen. Now with the drone work, it's kind of a nice pause for Dallas Vendetta. They got their first pick, and they know that, hey, we don't need to over-aggress. We can just still hold these angles once again. The initial drone phase, the prep phase, it showed that, hey, everybody's off site. We saw a castle, a mutant, a Mozzie, as well as an alibi. They're going to be roaming everywhere. We can start putting pressure on site as soon as the cutoff game is established. Get on some windows, block off the staircase, and make sure Wichita Academy, they can't go back to site, and let's bully Reed.
Ashen is in a pickle right now. It's stuck because of a drone hole. And thanks to, I will say, Reed's Claw, they're going to actually be able to maintain some semblance of sanctity in this site here. Not going to get completely just exposed. And it's going to make Dallas Vendetta, it's going to force a reaction. Much more direct reaction onto the site itself. Gonna really have to deal with this Claw first and foremost. I mean, they have the control to do just that, but Reed is playing this very aggressively because he knows he has to. Everything's open around him. He's surrounded on just about every side, and he actually has 2 teammates above here that could go up huge. Newer's gonna hop in and not go after them, actually. He's just gonna walk right past them, which, depending on Newer's flank watch rating, will decide whether or not this round is an easy lockout or not. You've got, I mean, people that can flank very easily. No one on this garage breach, even though it was open, which is giving Reed a lot of freedom to just rotate around and do what he needs to do. They do get rid of the Claw, which is gonna make things a lot easier. That goes without saying. And they also open that trench wall. It's going to get really uncomfortable really quickly, and it's going to come down to whether Spiff can win that flank fight, which he actually does. And he's going to prevent, I believe that's Giddy, from hopping in. It's going to get double for Spiff. And now the situation's fully in control of the defense. They just need to wait for the attackers to hop through these improv Mav holes, Habana holes. I don't think they can hop through that one or his long garage. But Vivid wins that gunfight against the hatch. That might be what is the opening for the defense, for the attack rather. No C4 for Reed means this is just gonna have to be straight up gunfights, and Enrio is better, at least for now. Yes, he'll get the double kill, and Dallas Vendetta will force a map 4. They will not get 3-0'd like one shot last stage. They will put up a fight.
They are alive. They're alive, and the potential there for the reverse sweep. We'll have to go through Villa, a map that Wichita Academy are pretty well known for. But Dallas Vendetta, they're no slouches towards it either, defeating Chess Club there last night and winning 6 straight attacks while doing so. Sure, they start off on the defensive next map, but hey, who knows how this can work out, because Dallas Vendetta, they started off very strong on the defensive side of Chalet, and then as soon as they got their attacks figured out, things worked. That kill onto Spiff from Vivid, very underrated. A very difficult gunfight to win, but you know, when you're Charles Vivid, you can pop off.
He knows about those angles. He's seen them before.
He's played 50 million casual games.
Yeah, I mean, how many casual kids get to sit there on that hatch because people don't know how to take map control, right? and then hey, Vivid's won that gunfight a million times probably. So,
oh yeah,
it's nothing to him.
And ain't nothing indeed. But now as we go towards Villa, that is next up on the docket. A single map win going into the favor of Wichita Academy will mean that this endeavor is over for Dallas Vendetta, which would be unfortunate for them, but back-to-back wins for Wichita Academy would be pretty great for the T3 boys. But CJ, what do you think Dallas Vendetta necessarily needs to do in order to start clawing this back? A reverse sweep, it takes a lot of energy, doesn't it?
Yeah, you get a little tired after 4 maps of Thomas Clancy's Rainbow Six Siege. And you know what you need, Connor?
What do you need?
A nice, flavorful, juicy, scrumptious pack of Mike and Ike's.
Yes, you do. Mike and Ike, it's designed to take your candy game up to the next level. Whether you want to get the sours, the original fruits, or the mega mix, they all work the same. They're all amazing. They're all delicious. It's fruity, it's chewy, all those flavors. They combine to do one thing. They combine to fuel your game and power you up to keep you playing at your best.
And they're scrumptious.
They are indeed scrumptious.
Don't forget the word scrumptious. All right. So, scrumptious candies aside, CDAP. Map number 4, because this is a best of 5, is coming up right after this break. Stay tuned.
Have to get aggressive. Reed's looking for it, and he'll get it.
Have to push for the kill. Have to kill the Malusi.
Transfers on 1-3. What a passion! It's high noon. There's the 1v2. It's 5-1 half.
Welcome to the NerdStreet Winter Championships, featuring SCS6, a yearly open tournament series hosting the best players and teams North America has to offer, culminating in a community favorite, the Pro-Am. So let's discuss format. During the Winter Champs season, SCS6 will consist of 2 stages, where each stage begins with 2 open qualifiers. Once Stage 1 is complete, there will be an additional tournament offering 1 more qualification spot prior to Stage 2. Through participating in SCS6, players will acquire leaderboard points and cash prizing. The winning teams from Stage 1 and 2, as well as the additional tournament, will qualify for the Pro-Am. The top 2 teams from the leaderboard will also qualify. As we approach the end of the season, the final qualification spot will be determined through a last chance qualifier. The grand finals of the Winter Champs SCS6 will feature the return of the Pro-Am, where the top amateur teams have an opportunity to define their talent against the North American Pro League. But in the end, only one team will be crowned Winter Champs. Sign up today and make history.
Players rose from their beds from the east to the west to compete and prove which players were best. Through weeklies and monthlies, the hype did climb. As soon came the grand finals. Locations in due time. The road was a trying one, wrists aching with cramps. In the end, victors rose. We call them Winter Champs.
Have to get aggressive. Breach looking for it, and Hill got it.
Have to push for the kill. You have to kill them Malusi.
Transfers on 1-3. What a passion! It's high noon. There's the 1v2. It's 5-1-1/2 for serve.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're on to map 4, potentially on to map 5 if Dallas Vendetta have their way. The first 2 maps, Oregon and Coastline, they went the way of Wichita Wolves Academy. They looked strong. They started so well. And then, as soon as we got to Chalet, Dallas Vendetta turned up the Jets.
They turned up the Jets, and then they also almost crashed the Jet. Wichita Academy, you know, they had something to say about it. They weren't just gonna let them zoom off into the sunset. They resisted. They won 4 rounds in a row and then didn't win any after that. After losing 4 to start. It's been streaky as hell this whole series. Pretty sure a similar thing happened on this line too. Not mistaken. I mean, it's just been, it really is an emotional roller coaster, okay? Like, and we're just on map 4. We're not even on map 4 yet. We were on map 3. Okay, so we're going to map 4. Map 4 is going to be Villa. And Connor, I mean, like, considering how nasty Dallas Vendetta looked against a similar archetype of team in Chess Club. They're not the same team, they're different teams, but it's a similar type of team. I don't know. Maybe Dallas Vendetta has it in them to complete this reverse sweep, especially if News keeps playing like this. At this point, we've come to expect it. He's dropped like 15 plus every map ever. He's like plus 70 at this point.
And more than anything, 8-3 entry differential the way of Dallas Vendetta. Owning the early round, that's one way to shut down Wichita Academy. Sure, we talk about it so many times. The players like Reed Sink and Spiff, and even Ambi, if he's left alive towards the end of the round, can pop off. But that's definitely a lot more difficult to do. And those are hero plays that you don't necessarily think are sustainable. But an 100% cost for Newers. Absolutely crazy. Madman.
Got to continue to be mad. On the Italian countryside. Everyone says Italian countryside.
Yep.
Talk about it. Okay.
It's my homeland.
Everybody's like, oh,
Italy.
The Italian. It's a digital
We're going
countryside.
to Villa.
Let's go.
A very good map. A map that both these teams are strong on. I think a lot of this game in particular is going to come down to the op ban phase, especially because Dallas Vendetta They understand how to play against that kind of puggy style, aggressive in your face Wichita Wolves Academy playstyle. Because it's very similar to what Chess Club does. Like you were saying, sure, they're not the same team. And if we're going to say a direct comparison between Wichita Wolves Academy and Chess Club, WW are a little bit more refined. They're a little bit more mature in their play style. So it will be more difficult to break them down. But with how dominant Dallas Vendetta were able to just slap through Chess Club's defense, it might just be an uphill battle for these boys.
I think it's going to be uphill no matter what. For anybody, this is just going to be... No one's just laying down, right?
No.
Wichita Academy went up 2 maps. They were not easy maps by any means. It was all hard fought, blood and tears. A lot of death and destruction to get to this point. And it's going to continue. You said this was going to come down to op bans. Did you say that? What ops were you
Everything's nice and default.
What ops were you thinking would have changed the scenario?
I don't know. I was thinking like maybe we're going to see some crazy stuff. Some Zofer Finca bans or anything fun like a sledge ban. I don't know, to try to disrupt rhythm. But with just straight up default bans, this is just going to be a standard villa. And I don't know if for Wichita Wolves Academy's sake, they're going to be able to fight through anything. Especially if Dallas Vendetta start getting into their groove that they know.
That they know that they've recently gotten. They've recently become that team. Well, there is a buck. Maybe not a sledge ban. There's also a knock. Pretty interesting start of operators. That's for sure. Coming out, the attackers here.
Protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
I have no idea what Asian's planning to do because... Well, I actually have a good idea. I have a good idea because this is one of my favorite unranked things to do. Okay, you know what he's going to do?
What?
He's going to use his deagle, which will have a silencer, and he's going to deagle into the basement. He's going to make it rotate in one of those barrels, and he's going to crouch walk up. And no one's going to expect it because he 6'd it.
Or he just wants more nades. And there will be a front side take with the buck and 6 nades.
Why couldn't he have just picked sledge then?
Asian likes the FMG. He uses it a lot.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and
Okay, fair enough. We'll see what he does. I'll put a bet on it. I'll put 50 cents on him crouch walking up, and you're wrong.
I think he's coming in from the basement.
You don't pick a crouch. Yes, 50 cents on him coming up from the basement.
Him
You don't.
deagling one of the wine barrels.
Yeah, it has to be the deagle.
Okay, has to be the deagle. I'll take that.
If he just does something basic with it, I'm gonna get really upset because that don't make no sense. Okay, he's droning from. Oh my god, he's coming in from here. All right,
Pleasure doing business with you.
PayPal on you 50 cents. He's gonna. I mean, either way, he's up to some sneaky business. And I don't know if there's even a roamer here that's gonna greet him anyway. He doesn't have to be sneaky, but he is. He's got the red dot. No 1.5 because he's Asian. He always does this. Red dots. Period. Let's see. Giddy's holding floor holes because he can fully expect that someone's going to try to throw some grenades up at his teammates, onto his site setup, and onto his hopes and dreams. Dallas Vendetta is trying desperately to hang on and complete a 3-map comeback. It starts here. Enrio's, Enrio's like, sums up.
Yep. Something's wrong. He can feel it. Before
Feel
Giddy, standing on top of the pool table, not only gives him a deeper angle, but also protects him from those nades. And if the front side take comes out of Wichita Academy, which it definitely is right now, Spiff down below, just blasting away the floorboards, removing positions and exposing potential defenders, mainly in the vault area right now. As Ashen's going to take a whole lot of damage, Newer's peering down through the holes, trying to find any sort of kill, but it's actually Enrio that takes out Asian first. The crouch walk play, rotating towards blue, doesn't quite work out. Now Ashen, he has to just wait and try to spam these adrenal surges on cooldown in order to heal himself back up. But unfortunately, he can't revive Reed, who falls, and more nades go away from the attack.
And once again, it's almost syndrome of what happened on Chalet. You've got a lot of different things happening. They're trying to push the main stairs while Asians crouch walking elsewhere with knock. And Enrio was just waiting for. I mean, he could tell based on how he was moving. He was just playing sound cues and listening. And he saw it coming, or rather heard it coming. Ashen, though, will find a grenade, finally taking control of the stairs, but not really, because Giddy's still holding this angle from above, and there are 25 seconds on the clock, and they haven't even made it up the stairs yet. Ambi's gonna finally do just that, and it's halfway there. Still not up yet. 15 seconds now. He's gonna perhaps get this kill on a Vivid, but Newers gets his second of the round, and that's Spiff who tried to push through Study. Ambi is just letting it sing, but there's just not enough time, and there's really just no diffuser for him either, even if he found this kill. Maybe. But there just wasn't enough time.
That was so incredibly close. And unfortunately, it seems like our servers once again might be struggling to chug along. We've had the entire lobby crash multiple times. Now everybody is up at like 150 ping, even though it's on Central. They should have about 60-ish. And it's just really unfortunate that we're going to have to rehost this lobby and bring it back to our faces.
At least it's not like that one game. Was it Garfest Garfield?
That's true, where the server crashed 3 times in a row on the exact same time in the round.
Yes. But it's not like that. No. At least these are fixable, you know. Our observers.
We're just going to host it on SCS. Both of the teams agreed. Competitive integrity, blah, blah, blah. Make sure they get some better ping and have a more enjoyable experience.
Our observers are really good at setting up the lobbies very quickly.
It's only one round and some bands to input. It's not that hard.
Yeah, they're going to set up really quickly, and they're going to get us set up and ready to go, right? Just got to be a little patient, okay? Okay, so let's talk about the first round. I mean, I kind of talked about it already, but let's talk about it again. Asian is crouch walking.
Yep.
You're trying to do a full-blown steady stairs clear, okay? Need all hands on deck. Sweet life on deck. You can't have one guy who's off aloof doing whatever he wants. They did that on Chalet a lot, and I personally feel maybe it cost them a round or two. Now they're doing it again here. I'm beginning to think it's not a map thing, that's just their playstyle.
Mm-hmm.
And I just think Dallas Vendetta is getting woke to it. They've already played, they've already felt each other out. They've played, I think, more rounds between each other than any other teams have played in SCS period. So they know. They know they just have that spidey sense. Enrio just knows, someone's gonna come.
Somebody's gonna try to flank. Somebody's just gonna be crouch walking. Don't get a free kill. Then after that, the utility was still so strong on the side of Dallas Vendetta towards stopping that main push that even removing certain aspects and certain players from positions inside a bar didn't allow them to take study. It was just peeking the breach over and over again and getting kills and not letting anybody up the staircase until it was just Ambi left alive with a 150 and barely any time. Sure, he got a couple of kills, but round result was the same.
Yeah, so it's if your playstyle is starting to get read into, right? At least me, I think the appropriate response is to play a very formulaic and solid approach.
Go back to the fundamentals.
Together, you know? Because they know what you're gonna do, you know what they're gonna do. It's time to play the most effective tactic available, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Maybe to Wichita Academy, the most effective tactic available is to crouch walk, but it's as the maps drag along, that's working less and less. And that's one of the things about a best of 5. Is are we already see what I mean? Observer's quick as hell. But yeah, it's like it just feels like they're getting read more and more. That could just be a feeling, I suppose.
It is only one round in.
No, this is like over all the maps I've noticed.
Yeah. But Villa, we're one round in. Overall, Dallas Vendetta has gotten better as things went through. even though Wichita Academy were able to steal their map choice of Oregon, it was still an 8-7 that required an absolutely massive play to happen.
Yeah. So,
But at the end of the day, is what it is. Now for
Is what it
Dallas
is.
Vendetta on the defense, bringing the pulse for trophy statuary. That's something you don't necessarily see that often. Typically, he's kind of isolated and quarantined to just the tertiary bomb site of kitchen dining. You don't see the pulse that often. But if Dallas Vendetta are confident that Wichita Academy aren't going to clear kitchen, they could net a couple of nitros, or even just overall allow the rotations of the defense to come out to where the attack is coming from that cardiac sensor intel.
yeah, and I think well, I'm kind of rambling about how maybe that play style of Wichita Academy is not as ideal as it normally is.
10 seconds left before
Against this, against a pulse, by all means.
5
This is
seconds
where you make your money, against a pulse. But he's got a lot of help. Why is the whole squad down? Everybody's down here. Can I count? That's 5 people. They're so intent on setting up downstairs, it's ridiculous. And that might be a C4 for Enrio because he dry ran this one. Or not. They repel to safety. I was thinking he might kill him because they're on repel and something like that. But no.
But no.
No.
Instead, he just retreats into the basement, and Giddy on the pulse is going to see that, yep, they're pushing into my laundry. Following a drone is the entry of W Academy. Kento is also going to start rotating up towards the bomb site. Now, starting off downstairs was the entirety of Dallas Vendetta, but now they're pretty much all back up. If there was any window for Wichita Academy to hit the site fast and hard, it has since passed. We're going to see a lot more default of a round now. And maybe those nitro cells will be allocated over Ivy or something like that, trying to stop plant, or if they try to retake once again down below.
Kento is assigned to the duty of protecting his pulse with his life. Especially considering you have a Mav. It's, quite frankly, either they don't know or they just don't care that he's down there. And that might spell the end for Reetsing. No, just kidding. Asian is in here. In there. But, I mean, what? Do they... I think Asian's just kind of on a solo dolo mission right now, and he's probably going to lose his life. Wow! Only Asian wins that. Maybe Kento could have been a little more sneaky. But Giddy's escaped to the basement, away from Asian's evil cause. He'll escape. But I guess that means, I mean the objective's been established, right? Reed can get this wall from where Giddy is, or not.
Wow.
And Rio's just sitting on the wall and gets away
by attackers.
somehow. So Asian's probably gonna have to prompt him to go upstairs now because, I mean, most of his team is dead. You're at a man disadvantage, and Ashen is blowing himself up. The second self-nade of this series. And it's all, I think that's like the third nade moment, which is unbelievable. But Dallas Vendetta,
All for W
regardless.
Acad, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, Dallas Vendetta 2 rounds in a row. Wichita Academy, I have no idea what's going on. They're blowing themselves up. They're looking a little hapless.
Yeah, the attack, it was like a kind of right idea, initially reading into the fact that there were so many players down below and pushing them back to the bomb site, understanding that a potential win condition for Dallas Vendetta was nitros denying plants supplemented with intel inside of kitchen. Removed that. First pick, Asian onto Kento. Good stuff. But then Enrio made some plays. Enrio, sitting close on the wall, was able to take out the Maverick, which, sure, if you had a more traditional hard breacher like a Habana who was unbanned and typically ran on Villa, they wouldn't have had that issue. They wouldn't have had any issues at all, because you can't just kill a Mav while he's Maving if the Mav doesn't exist and the X-Kairos just can be launched safely from outside the window.
And I can't even think of a way to like Mav that where you won't die like that, you know? It's kind of hard. It's one of the, I mean, I wouldn't want to map that wall personally. It's like a thing you can always do. It's an option. But I wouldn't want to be that guy. I value my KD too much. Unlike Reed, he's a champ. He just doesn't care.
Yep. But for Dallas Vendetta, it seems like they're just starting off strong once again, Wichita Academy. We've seen it too many times on their attacks that they're just starting off the maps very sluggish in the face of just not having a defined plan, trying to do too much, and not playing unified as a team. They're split takes and kind of sending people on different missions and subsecting their 5 attackers into like teams of 2 and 2 and 1. They haven't had nearly as great of a success rate as when they just straight up go 5-man, full clear, stay together, play their trades, drone each other in, and play as a team.
And Unreal's looking to take advantage of that, maybe. This is the one time I would say they're all together as a unit. Well, no, there's still someone lurking by themselves, and well, Dallas knows that because of Giddy's pulse. They know someone's alone on Master, and they may even try to play make against this one player. And oh my god, it's just a game of inches. Who's gonna peek first? Who's gonna? Oh my, what? Okay, I was about to say Ashen, but he sees him, and then he gets promptly deleted by Newers on that Legion, rare Legion appearance. And while he's showing he's still a strong operator. Either way, we're still at a 4 versus 4. And really not much decisive control established or lost for either side just yet.
Yeah, just a 1-for-1 trade upstairs for a position that only the Buck can do a whole lot of work, and they need to make sure that Spiff stays alive. Or traditionally you would see a Sledge, but sometimes you can get deeper angles with the Buck and safely from certain positions. But Ambi trying to get on in, he's not able to do anything as Newers is going to actually tag on another kill under Reed, making that a triple kill for this roam. But all of a sudden, Spiff and Asian, they answer back. It's just up to Vivid and Giddy. It's a 2v2 with a minute left. And the attackers, they're starting to push over and transition to the bomb site. Giddy up from the Nitro, drops down Spiff, leaving it just up to Asian in this 1v2. Knows that both these players, hey, they're going to be on site. They have no Nitros remaining. But Asian doesn't have the diffuser, which means he wants to go for these frags, CJ.
You're gonna need to. No diffuser, no intel, clearly. And Dallas Vendetta with the crossfire. We're gonna take their 3rd round in a row, and more, I just feel like it's almost like I don't know, it's like they have the itis, Wichita Academy, you know, they don't seem like themselves right now. And if you're a Dallas Vendetta and you want to come back in a best of 5, I don't know. I know it's early to say. It's Villa defense, like, you know, like both teams have gone on streaks before, but each passing moment, I get the impression Dallas Vendetta is going to come back in this game. And I haven't fully gotten that impression yet, but it's like I'm getting there, you know.
Locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
I'm almost there.
Almost. So close indeed, but with Dallas Vendetta just going for the World Tour, they could potentially make it the Grand Slam, CJ. 4 straight rounds, and 1 on each different bomb site. So, for Wichita Academy, last time they went for this attack, they had, you know, Asian crouch walking on the knock, all the way on the other side of the map. Free man advantage for Dallas Vendetta. The main stairs clear. They couldn't get past all the holes and all the utility that Dallas Vendetta had allocated over towards that main stairs side. But for Wichita Academy, they do have a chance to now adapt, which is something that we've seen very strong out of them as a whole. Will they be able to make the magic happen, though? That's the biggest question. They could once again go for this main stairs take. You know that there's only a finite amount of utility that Dallas Vendetta can bring to the table. Only so many shields, only so many ADSs, only so many magnets. And the amount of projectiles on the side of Wichita Academy is definitely greater than what can be really eaten up. But the transitionary period, that's what is a lot more difficult to go for. Because they can burn the shields and stuff like that, but when you have to walk up the staircase regardless, not nearly as fun.
And as you said, it's like, yeah, there's only so much utility, but based on how Wichita Academy played it previously, you have a guy who's just not present, for example. That math tends to go in favor of the defense more often than not, and that's typically how the math works. That's how the game's balanced. So they're all together this time, though. Asian, no silly, goofy mood. He's not going to be on knock or anything like that. Much more traditional operator than Ayana. And maybe that'll be the difference, and maybe it'll allow them to push up these stairs a lot more decisively. Giddy's still holding those floor holes, which is probably the scariest thing of all, because Spiff got tagged up a lot last time they attacked this as well. Couldn't really comfortably work the vertical play. It's almost like opening the holes made it harder for him.
I mean, yeah, holes, they work both ways. And as well, my magnet should catch out this nade. It should still have enough radius to take out that Goyo shield with the shrapnel. No, it's just barely out of range. The map's table shield, it's going to persist for the remainder of this round. If the execute rotates over towards top red and the vault door plant is there, things will get a lot more crazy. But even more so as Ambi just runs straight up. It's an LMG moment as he's pre-firing away. But Giddy's going to peek right into it and shut him down regardless. In the meantime, it seems like Giddy's just going crazy. He's a man on a mission. Down goes Reed Sync as well. There's a drone on his position as he's swinging aggressively. Asian, he wants to push forward, but he knows that the diffuser is dropped outside on the study balcony. His teammates, they need to rotate that direction in order to reclaim it.
Looks like the priority is actually to go up red stairs if you're Asian to maybe get some sort of surprise action going. Maybe even kill this 90 player. Enrio seemingly has his hands full. He's looking two different directions at once. That drone's going to definitely confirm this kill for Asian. Yep, he's just going to swing right around, play off that info well. And it's just Giddy who's hit a lot of nasty shots, but Asian's hitting nastier ones. And Wichita Academy will take their first round of the map off of a very, dare I say, that was just a bread and butter up the stairs push.
Yeah, I mean, somebody had to do it. Somebody had to push straight up, and it was Ambi. He had the LMG. He let it sing. He's killed everybody in his sight. Sure, Giddy hit an absolutely disgusting shot right into the pre-fire, saw it was head level, said, huh, you know what I'm going to do? Duck right under and hit him with the crouch maneuver.
Yeah, Giddy, I mean, I can only help but chuckle at just how ridiculous those shots looked. He's definitely got the superstar trait heating up.
Is he the sparkiest Cade in existence now?
Yeah, like Max, forget that guy. It's Giddy now.
Yeah, Max has been gone for too long. Giddy took that crown.
I mean, what is Max even doing now? Is he just...
I don't know. I think he's like still trying to play FPL every once in a while. Gone but not forgotten. Poor Max. He was a demon in T3, never transitioned. Maybe he'll come back eventually.
Eventually.
Maybe. But now for Dallas Vendetta, we see a completely different strat, CJ, coming out on this side of Trophy. Even though the last one worked very well, sure, you could argue that it was a bit gimmicky on Enrio being aggressive on the wall and taking out the Mav, making sure that they had to funnel in towards doorways. This time, instead of just denying entry downstairs and trying to play for nitros, they want to deny any entrance into master bedroom at all. The castle setup, the labyrinth of utility, the deep angles opened up towards closet, reinforced floor holes make it absolute nightmare to step into that area.
Like I said, labyrinth of utility. That's accurate. I want to say Dallas Vendetta really gave Judgment Day problems with this, if I'm remembering correctly. But it's gonna be once again, it's like it's a test of. This isn't rocket surgery. Who's going to burn better? Who's going to be better team players? I guess also who's just going to have better positioning? Enrio just walked right in front of the window. I guess he just forgot it was there. But he's going to go down early.
He was still doing his setup. He was trying to get back to site. He had to make rotate holes, put down 4 castle barricades. It's tough out here for a castle.
Why has he got to make rotates? Where's Vivid at? Hmm?
Doing other things.
Don't make excuses for Vivid. Vivid should have shotgunned it. I don't even think that's what happened. I think he legit just didn't expect the early repel to be so potent. I mean, if he had known Ashton was gonna do it, I'm sure he wouldn't have been anywhere near the window. Ashen is like the master of upside down
Bomb located by attackers.
repels.
Yeah, Vivid is flanking
what?
towards
What is?
bottom brown stairs, and he's going to pick up a free kill onto Asian. The roaming smoke, it pans out for Dallas Vendetta as the clear towards the back blue stairs is sending a lot of flashes and removing Kento from that position. That does make sure that with that kill onto Asian, Vivid allowed Kento to fall back safely. But now as Ambi's just going to be pre-firing towards Split, it seems like Wichita Wolves have learned from their mistakes. No longer will they let somebody play close on that breach and end their
Attackers recovered the defuse.
potential pathway into the site and ability to cut rotations if they go for a concrete plant. Instead of having to worry about all these different directions, you only have to worry about just one or two. And Spiff taking Giddy out of blue is another great step towards their attack. Now they have options. It's either flood concrete or try to push all the way through the backside, through blue.
I was gonna say that safe door was off limits because Newers is holding it, but he gets taken out. Vivid, who the smoke roam comes to an end, and it's just Kento, who's yet to find a kill yet. And he won't find one this round. Wichita Academy wins 2 in a row in these teams over literally the past 3 maps. They've won rounds in streaks, both teams. I don't think it's been a normal like round trade, quote unquote normal round switch like trade in a while. Everything's just in swaths of consecutive rounds.
Yeah, and that can be really scary, especially over the long span of a series like we're seeing right now, all the way to map 4. If you can't get any momentum going, boom, you're done. You're dead. And for Dallas Vendetta, they don't really have any more mistake maps left. Wichita Wolves Academy start catching fire here, and they can't pull back the momentum into their favor.
Defenders
It's over, baby.
from being defused by
Wichita
attackers.
Academy, back-to-back champs. But rotating back downstairs, this was a bomb site that allowed Newers to prosper. This was new crew for life, baby. This was the 3K upstairs on the Legion, which he is donning once again.
And if you want to talk about it, Giddy helped a lot. Sure, he was talking. Giddy doesn't strike me as a mute. You know, where he's just like, there's a guy over here.
Nope.
No, Giddy's like, he's talking. He's communicating. And that allows, I mean,
5 seconds left.
almost goes without saying, Newers has a good call. He's probably going to kill someone. Okay, so
Attackers must locate and defuse a
I would
bomb.
love like a live update on what his current plus or minus is. You wonder why I keep saying this. Like, you don't see seasons like this often. This is like Sweater and CL levels of way too good at this game. Plus 70, plus 80.
Yeah, I mean, hey, Newers has gotten a lot of new fans. He's one of the major reasons that this team, Dallas Vendetta, is in the grand finals at all. And when he pops off, he looks so, like the entire team as a whole looks so good and looks so fluid. But once again, the team really does rely on him. So a lot of pressure constantly on his shoulders. We don't know if it's going to crush him or make him even better in the long run. But as the top floor roam is still left alive, no longer are we just going to see the direct take fall out of favor, trying to push in towards the closet that let Newers just go absolutely crazy. Instead, there's at least a little bit of misdirection over the 90 direction, over towards Skull Door, over towards Trophy, over towards Statuary, from that area to kind of keep these players honest. Sure, Asian, he's going to take out Vivid, and I believe that's downstairs. That's a good kill, probably from Laundry. Yes, indeed, just poking and prodding. Probably wallbanged him through that barricade.
And the scary thing about this is we're talking about misdirection. Since Giddy just wasted a C4, it's going to say Giddy playing below means that it's really hard to get that pinch going in Master because there's a chance that she'll just get sent to your, you'll get sent post-mortem like to the afterlife, just like that. And that might just happen. No, miss C4 from Enrio, and he actually dies right afterwards. Meaning this is snowballing out of control very quickly as Ashen's worked his way into the site now. Kento, the Vigil, trying to hold down the fort, but Asian's coming right behind him as we speak. He's getting surrounded. He needs help from Newers, who's still alive and well. And he'll be the last one alive. As Kento will go down, he is the man for this mission. A 1v5. Can he do it? Can he overcome? Getting droned. They know he's here. They know he's tucked here. He gets 2 anyway. He's looking for 3 pistol out, trying to take these gunfights. He's got to do something because the plant's going down. There's just too much to overcome as Asian swings in and takes him down. And for a minute, C-Daps. Oh, we were about to witness.
I was a believer for a second, but we forgot
Like, you
the
have
red
to hold
dot
your breath.
gang. The red dot gang is right there to finish it off.
You have to hold your breath when, like, you're watching him. Like, you have to actually hold your breath. Like, this dude might just do that.
Yep,
But
indeed.
his
But
team
a
just
3-3
melted.
attacking half from Wichita Academy. Pretty
Yeah.
solid. 3 rounds in a row. It's crazy. It feels like we've been here every single time. It's just streak after streak after streak. Just one team. Dallas Vendetta. Oh, they're looking so good on the defense. Oh my gosh. They're doing everything. They've won every site. And then Wichita Academy catch fire once they saw the setups from Dallas Vendetta and how they wanted to play the map overall. They adjust and pop off. And even with DV bringing multiple different strats.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Yeah, I mean, simplicity prevailed there. Nothing crazy. And they salvaged that half because, I mean, I feel like the first half of their first half, their first quarter, let's just say that. It was a little too ambitious for, maybe in a random standalone tournament or something, you run knock and, this, when Asian went to the Iona, things clearly took a turn for the better. And when as a team, they just started playing a lot more just standard, like just simple stuff. Bully ball, weight room. And it worked. Now, Dallas Vendetta going into their attacks, this is why they made these pickups. On a map that's traditionally defender-sided, when you're seasoned, everything's on the line, you still have the ability to fight back on the attack side of things because the criticism with this team was always their attacks just stink. They're very slow, they're very mid compared to how strong their defenses were. And you pick up Kento and Newers so that you can have that tempo, that aggression, that passion in your gameplay. Even when your defensive half doesn't go the way you want. Now, Asian's getting droned by literally everybody. The CIA, the NSA. There's a drone under the chair. And if he somehow wins this gunfight anyway, I would be stunned. Kento has yet to find anybody through 7 rounds. And Asian's going to get away.
Wow. That is a Houdini act and deadly escape if I've ever seen one. He only loses about 50% of his HP for that endeavor.
That's incredible.
Multiple drones, multiple bodies, everybody wanting a piece of Asian. He just finds his way out of it. And he killed a minute for a position that the side of Wichita Academy probably expected to lose immediately because they only put one person down there, no utility. Just, hey, Asian, try to get a kill or try to burn as much time as possible. He did just that. But as all of the util is being thrown out the direction of Ambi, he's going to get flushed right into the loving arms of Newer. Not a nade, not any other kill, but just the good old bullets from that south window. As Asian is still left alive inside of Master holding that nitro. He has the lineup. As soon as this Aruni gate gets burned, he'll probably let loose, but decides to fall back instead, as there are so many members of the Dallas Vendetta attack over towards the Master bout.
And there it is, the C4 on the Newers. And more importantly, if you look at how the wall's like set up, Ashen is holding the bathroom hop in as well. So if I'm Dallas Vendetta and I have any sort of wind of this, as soon as I get wind of this, I wouldn't continue trying to hop through here. Spiff even has an angle through the shield onto this bathroom window. Like, oh my god, Ashen just one taps the soul off of Inrio. He gets the cleanest double kill you're probably gonna see this series. That was ridiculous. Floor nade from below. Kento trying to trade, but it doesn't kill Ashen. He's still alive. And more importantly, the way this is set up towards the Master side of things, it's just uninhabitable. There's no way anyone's going to hop through that and have a good time. And well, Kento, you're going to have to come up huge now. Ashen on 1 HP. Vivid trying to hop through the bathroom here. Make some sort of teamwork play here. 20 seconds. So plant is not going to be the most ideal situation. It's going to be very hectic. They're forcing their way through astronomy now. Ashen on 1 HP. Trying to hold down this position. Reed's covering him. And this might be the lead for Wichita Academy. It will be. Vivid in a 1v3 is not going to find anyone in Ashen. What in the hell? Dude just one-tapped him like...
Yeah, that was disgusting.
What is this?
And then he ate a nade just because he doesn't care. Beautiful stuff from Wichita Academy as they take the lead for the first time on this map. Dallas VENDETTA, it's gone all the way. Kento, that actually, I didn't notice that Kento killed Spiff with a nade. That would have been a double floor nade for Kento. But instead, it was a 3v2. Not a whole lot of time. Like you said, only 20 seconds left. They can't go for plant. They have to force the kills. They have to funnel in. And we even saw the Goyo retaking Master. I mean, that was a win through and through.
Parabellum shield key. I don't know if they were the first ones to do that, but
I believe they were. We also saw TSM pull it out against Parabellum in SI quals. That was funny.
All I know is Parabellum's the most famous team that does it. Okay, like in these parts, in this side of the globe, that's a PB shield.
Yep.
And it, Ambi, you saw Ambi try to like work his way out of the grenade because Giddy is, you know, not only is he really good at soft destruction, he's just really good at Nate. Like, I think I've never seen Giddy like in this scenario miss that kill. Every time it's automatic. So Ambi tried to do something. You know, he tried to back out there and do something, but that shield being the backup layer to that defense, in addition to how they had the wall like set up and punched out, which you clearly saw Ashen just murdered. Enrio got sent to the. He got sent to the other world.
Yep. Not the Shadow Realm, just a whole nother parallel universe.
Like that was biblical. So
I think that's the first biblical that we've said today, but that shot definitely deserved it.
Yeah, that was crazy. So I mean, if you're Dallas VENDETTA, you gotta shove that round out of your memory. Going into this one with new hopes and dreams, as there's some sort of fall off roam set up here for Asian, who's already fallen. That's not a setup. He's gonna pop a drone or two, which he, I believe, successfully did. He's gonna rejoin his team.
Yeah, but Kento struggling on the scoreboard, not struggling taking map control so far. As for Dallas VENDETTA, they're going for the study, or not the study, they're going for the master overtake, with a whole lot of Wichita Academy's utility allocated for the main stairs. Lots of shields, lots of utility, lots of everything. And when you're spread out so kind of one-dimensionally, you can be susceptible to the backside. Sure, Newers, the pressure on Study Bauk, he gets absolutely sniped by Ashen on the Kaid. But that piece is just kind of the last bit of security towards a plant, making sure that Study lockout. Don't know why Newers was necessarily peeking or what necessarily happened to that direction, but typically you just kind of want to play passive in that position and definitely don't want to be first dead.
Rare misstep. And it's not just that he's plus 1 billion on the season and he died and they clearly need him. It's also that that's your study player. Someone else now has to take the, you know, I think it's Vivid you see out there. Yeah, he's got to take the Alpine route, the scenic route all the way around to reestablish that position, re-drone it, all that stuff. And we're already under a minute. So all that needs to happen very quickly. Giddy does have the Ying, and that's a time multiplier. That's an everything multiplier. Spiff's what? Just runs right in front of Vivid and lives. I don't know what the hell that was. But the Candelas are gonna fly out. Maybe. Smoke actually. Looks like it's just a bait. You're not actually gonna play make off of this. Because the smoke's there. Kento and Vivid will find kills. But Ambi will trade. Making us even. And Real's gonna go for that plant. And I think Giddy is out of Candelas. So this is just gonna have to straight up be they should see him, right? They should be able to see the planter here, right? Shortly, Enrio gets it and then gets a kill, but he gets traded off. It's just Vivid who's on the study balcony, and that's a horrible position to have to try to play this post plant. But Ambi just, I don't know, sticks his face in the hole and goes down. But Reed, oh my God, with the shot of the century on the Vivid with that SMG-11. So much to break down in that round. I don't even know where to begin. I don't even know how you can even, where you start, but
I was so ready to flame Reed. I was so ready.
I was
so ready. If we have the replay, he's right next to the planter. He doesn't see him. Then he does stuff like that. Oh my gosh, what a shot. What a shot to send Dallas Vendetta to need a timeout. They need to take a deep breath. They need to let Pedro cool them down. Be like, hey guys, just calm down, guys. I don't know if what the comms are like. Maybe they're at each other's necks. I don't know, but man, oh man, Wichita Wolves Academy, the momentum is definitely on their side. First 3, all Dallas Vendetta, but ever since 5 rounds in a row has been Wichita Wolves Academy.
I was like gaslighting myself for a second because I'm like, wait, maybe you can't see the planter's head when but I know that you can, right? Like in that door, like my boy Reed just blind as hell. But then clearly he isn't because he just swung around the door. I mean, he put Vivid in a blender. Which in Vivid's defense, that post plant, the fact that he almost won that in the first place, he slammed Ambi. I don't know what Ambi's doing. Ambi, like, we're talking about Reed not seeing him. Ambi, like, exposing himself there was kind of goofy.
Yeah.
But then at the end of the day, your captain, Reed, listen, we hear all the Mr. P talk and Gunner and Mr. B. I think Reed Sink is rising above everybody right now as the premier leader. I think he is. Two different stages now where he's just had some of the most biblical
He's 18,
finals
by the way.
performance. I mean,
Reed Sink is 18. He's the only member of this roster that is 18.
do people just think, oh, he sucks because everyone else is carrying him? I mean, do you realize Coastline would have been a totally different game if Reed Sink wasn't. If Reed Sink was half as bad as anyone probably thinks, the uninformed eye thinks, they would have lost Coastline 100%. The dude literally went full Medal of Honor mode, like the last maps of that round last 2 rounds of that map. And here on this map, I don't know what the hell I just watched, but
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for Reed is sometimes he does a little bit of trolling, like just a little bit, just a sprinkle,
but who doesn't?
just a sprinkle. But who doesn't?
He just gets a lot more. He's just on a shorter leash because he's the. I mean, it's every support ever though. I guess it's not just a Reed Sink thing. If you're the support and you troll, which is why I guess we're so kind to Vivid, because usually Vivid doesn't troll, you know. But when you are the support and you troll, and it's like,
Yep, you have the magnifying glass on you.
everyone just thinks everyone turns into Skip Bayless when it comes to like takes on you. They'll just cook you alive for everything. But I think Reed is, considering the flavor of what his team is and what they have established themselves as, I'd say he's doing a stand-up job. And that puts his team at a lead 5 rounds in a row. Dallas Vendetta, they're attacking a very extraordinary, I wouldn't even say it's tertiary. It's above tertiary at this point. Or below.
Quaternary.
Quaternary. Like, you don't see this side often.
No.
For good reason.
Most of the time it doesn't work. Because there are so many avenues into the bomb site and so much work you can do vertically. And pretty much if your roam fails at all, the round is over. Or if the attack really knows what to look for and how to attack it, then it makes things incredibly difficult. As well as we've seen Wichita Wolves Academy defend this before. And Ambi upstairs with the yokai drone, if he's not able to properly relay a lot of intel and drone as effective, as soon as you start putting pressure over towards bar and inside a vault, the entire defense is pretty much going blind.
I just had an epiphany. I remember Wichita Academy played this before. And you know what happened? That's a really nice shot from Kento. Is that his 3rd kill? Kento's been kind of quiet, but it was that Spiff kind of let someone walk down 90 in the bar, killed the Echo, which he died anyway. I guess I didn't even know what was just happening there, to be honest. That was weird. But Henry was holding the flank, which was always one of the question marks of him on that new role. Would he be able to do that well? And this defense, once again, I don't remember what game I saw it in, but it's same thing happened again, pretty much. That Rome got pieced apart, as you're talking about, and once it does, things get really awkward really quickly. And Reed also is finding himself the recipient of a bunch of damage. I'm not even sure from where. He could find 2 here, but he only finds 1. And Spiff will find that second player, meaning with 20 seconds left now, overhealed attackers, by the way, are in a position where they could perhaps lock this round out. I don't think Spiff will have any idea Inrio's coming that direction. And it's just Reed. I just hyped him up. This is a clutch that could put his team on championship point. He's got 2 smokes. He seems to have an idea of where the plant's going down. I don't know if that smoke will actually deny it, though. If it's going to stick it. It's going to force Reed to make an improv rotate. That might actually open things up, but Inrio is just woke as hell. OTEP pat on. He just knew. He just knew that the smoke was going to do. I don't know. I don't know what. Maybe he just presumed there was to rotate. That's just game sense. You can't teach that.
Yeah, for that bomb site in particular with Wichita Wolves Academy, they feel like their win condition and the kind of crux of their entire defense is that top control. So much so that they are willing to send pretty much everybody up there, whether it be on a flank, whether it be up on a retake, whether it be up on the initial roam on that side. However, Dallas Vendetta just read it properly. They just surrounded all of the AVG bomb site, you know, what would typically be the Aviator Games bomb site. Make it so, you know, Ambi can't do anything. Ashton can't do anything. And then just have somebody hold the flanks. Inrio just got hand-delivered 2 free kills with players sprinting up a staircase and trying to help out their team. Then all of a sudden, it's what, 4v2? And sure, Spiff and Reed almost pulled that back. It was so incredibly close. But Inrio on the rotations, he was kind of the beginning and end of that round. That round was almost all him. He got the kill onto the flankers, rotated back down, took out the player inside of Piano, and had the plant coverage.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I was so confused by those flanks. I genuinely thought I was looking at an attacker's point of view.
5 seconds left.
Like, I was like, wait. No, it's just a defender walking up on Inrio like that. I just thought it was a teammate. You know, I thought it was his teammate we're spectating. No, it's some maniac. Okay. This site's a lot more conservative. Just a simple trophy statuary defense. A cracked barricade, you know, here and there, but I don't presume that there's anything crazy coming out from Wichita Academy. No, not even a closet hold. Because they've learned. Like, yeah, I told you. His grenades are like BC nades. If you know, you know. If you're around, you know.
Heat-seeking nades.
GPS assisted, fin stabilized grenades. Now, that being said, you're ceding a lot of control. Bathroom, all that has just been handed over. So you're really hoping whatever defense you've got going here, which has... What? That's a really quick Habana pellet. I mean, I guess they just knew that someone's going to want to walk under that C4, right? And let's do a little... I don't know. You see where that is, right? That's right above bathroom. Maybe that's a C4 that's not going to happen now because of that Habana pellet. But I guess the main wall itself still needs to be breached, so that's something that needs to be kept in mind. Put it lightly.
Yeah, as Giddy is getting control of the master bedroom, making sure that there's nobody inside a bathroom to try to challenge that position, as well as figuring out where the anchors on the bomb site are, so maybe Newers can get a freebie as he creeps up 90. Could start peeking in towards the bomb site and catch somebody off guard. But with his red stairs being held by, I believe, Ambi, as he starts creeping up, it actually is going to be Ashen to take out Kento, but they trade double headshots for both, leaving it at a 4-4 over Asian. He's on the prowl as Spiff. He's going to take down Vivid. No more hard breach. You're going to have to funnel straight into the bomb site through the doorways as Enrio's going to knock down Ambi. It's all tied 3-3. But Dallas Vendetta nearly inside the bomb site. The flank from Asian. It's going to land onto Newers, and Asian hits another hit shot right onto Enrio's forehead, leaving just Giddy left alive, with Wichita Academy trying to push this to match point.
And he's stuck between a rock and a hard place, but he is the hard place. He finds one. And it's just Spiff. Spiff, the most underrated player on this roster. He's gonna have to win the clutch of a lifetime, but this is a really hard gunfight to win with Jaeger's recoil. The awkwardness of how tight that shot has to be. Tense 1v1 and Spiff just wins it. Ice in his veins, and he puts Wichita Academy on championship point off of that clutch, that 1v1, which is great in itself. Let's not undermine what the hell Asian just did. That guy just made
2 disgusting shots from 90 on a full flank.
This is
second
making,
shot.
That's making mountains out of molehills right there. Just straight up, that was way too much out of that flank. That, maybe the first kill, sure. But in real, if it was anyone else, if it was Enrio versus anyone else in SCS you could name, he probably wins that gunfight, and it's just a 1-for-1, right? Instead, this guy gets 2 kills there. The second kill is just not fair. Check his PC.
But CJ, do you know what time it is now?
It's not up or shut up time, baby.
It is a match point, championship point. 1 singular round in the next 2 for Wichita Wolves Academy on their defense will send them
nowhere.
to the championship. Yeah, I was about to send them nowhere. They're already going to the Pro-Am. They've already won a stage before. It'll make their pockets a little bit fatter.
Now
their ego's a little bit bigger.
They're really going to the Pro-Am now. Like they're
really going to the Pro-Am. But more than anything, it will be now 2 of the top Challenger League teams that this roster, Asian, Ambi, Reed, Ashton, and Spiff, have bested in a BO5.
Like the best.
Just no small task.
On 2 separate days, this isn't like, 1 weekend they did that. They were just hot. No, they've done this.
It's been like 2 months.
Over the whole winter, they have dominated the winter against. I mean, say what you want, Mickey Mouse and ACL. Like our top teams in CL. I've said enough. I love them. I think they're incredible. I think they do the right things. I think the pickups VENDETTA has made are the right pickups. If they're the pickups that could save them from the hole they're currently in.
Yeah, in Wichita Academy, they also beat a one-shot roster that got multiple pros to lose their job after they got smoked at SI quals.
Yeah. So let's just realize that we're in a moment of history right now, and that Dallas VENDETTA, if they want to change that, they want to rewrite that script, it's got to be all perfect from here on out. Ashton's still trying to just quick peek one tap whoever goes onto this balcony. Newer's died here before, and he's probably keeping that in mind as he's dawdling with his time on that rappel. If he actually stays alive this time, could be massive, because we know what kind of player he is. He can take control of that whole situation there. When that round for Asian's still laying here, he could find this kill. He's not backing down. He takes down Kento, which is just a steal. Like, that's just not what's supposed to happen there. Usually, if you're the defender, you run away. Not if you are Asian. And Ashton is just, I mean, he clearly practices his quick peeks. Look at him. Trying to just obliterate Newers, but I mean, look how passive Newers is playing this now, because he knows if he falls here, that could just be it.
That could just be it indeed, as the first Toxic Babe canister is going to slow down Dallas VENDETTA. They almost have every piece that they need, but burning away that utility, making sure that Reed doesn't have any Toxic Babes, that's the next step as Asian falls, getting too aggressive over towards the classical hallway. Giddy will eat that up in an instant. In comes the smoke canister of the attacking variety. That's going to make sure that the defensive variety, that's the last one. With Ying Candela's study control and Vivid pushing up 90 to flash out the swing of Vault. Dallas VENDETTA, they're close to striking.
But I don't know if Ambi, I'm pretty sure Ambi just put a pre-place. If he didn't already blow it up, Ambi just put a pre-place below the site. If I'm not mistaken, there is a C4 there. And he blew it up too early. So that may have just changed things, but Spiff finds Newers. And he was trying to go for the same plant in the same spot. And the smoke's covering him this time. He's desperately trying to cover. It's man advantage, Wichita Wolves. The plant's not actually going down. Renrio missing the shots, prone, and Vivid TKing means this is going to be the second consecutive championship for Wichita Wolves Academy. They win it under 2 different banners, but it doesn't matter. 2 back-to-back championships, and they are the undisputed kings of the amateur scene in North America.
Back-to-back championships. We always talk about, oh man, dynasties being created, but one just formed right in front of our very eyes. Wichita Wolves Academy, only ever dropping one series across both splits, regular season and playoffs. And it was to that Dallas Vendetta team. And here, they only dropped one singular map, 3-1 victory, asserting utter dominance as they did so.
I mean, this is just the streakiest game I've ever seen. I've never seen a game where, I mean, if I don't know, we don't have a graphic where, you know, we see all the maps round counts, but it's literally all orange, all blue, all orange, all blue, just streaky.
Yep.
Ever since Oregon, it's just been streaky as hell. There's never been just like rounds traded back to back. I can't believe that. That's ridiculous. Just constant runs. Like, are we playing basketball or something? I don't know. But you got to tip your fedora to Dallas Vendetta. They put up the fight. Wichita Academy, yes, they've cemented themselves, the champions of the winter. But this Dallas Vendetta team is the only one that is consistently giving them fits and problems. And I think the future's bright for that team no matter what. You know, we can cook Kento. Yeah, he started like 0-5, whatever, right? This team's right there where they need to be, and I hope they can build off of it. I hope they don't get too emotional and passionate right over this loss and like, oh, we got to blow up the team again.
And it's like, oh, time to disband. Oh, we should have never dropped arrow.
Yeah, like, I don't think there needs to be an overreaction here. I think they should be proud of how far they come over the year and just here. This should be just the beginning for them, and I hope they see it that way. I hope, because it's real hard. You know, we're just watching it and we're enjoying it, but as a player, it hurts. You know, you come this far, you lose. But I hope they think rationally, you know, because we've seen it before. Teams lose. I'm done, bro. Everyone starts retiring. I hope that doesn't happen.
Yeah, I hope so too. But as everything stands, back-to-back victories, stage victories, championships, 5K prize pool, the lion's share going to the Wolves Academy. And now we just get to sit back and wait. We get to sit back and wait to see how they do with the Pro-Am, how they match up against the best talent that all of NA has to offer. Even though they already qualified for the first time, I believe still Dallas Vendetta will have punched their ticket simply by getting here to the grand final, which is cool, but it's not as cool as back-to-back runs.
Which, hey, like I said, I'm just saying, CDAPS, that's never been done ever in T3 in tournaments of this caliber. Never. And you can, you know, when you guys make your stupid little T3 team tier lists, you better remember this. It's never been done.
Yeah, and actually, the bulk of this roster did win SCS6 as well on aggro.
I mean, and we haven't even talked about all the monthlies that they probably won. Like,
yeah,
it's
sure there was like the Gatekeepers era, but then after that it was just the aggro core. It's been Asian and Ashen ever since they swapped over from console. They have been just absolutely phenomenal players. Ashen 5-0 on entry, where the entry game on Chalet, the only map that Wichita Academy lost, it was oh so dominant here on Villa.
And I know someone's watching this like, oh, Kento sucks. I want you to suit up right now. I want you to start your Moss and get into this game and try to entry against Wichita Academy. Have fun. I don't envy anybody that has to do that job. Newers, that's why I keep just saying this guy is God incarnate, because the fact that he's dropping those numbers against these guys is ridiculous. Don't you dare slander Kento. You listening to me? Don't you slander Kento. But yes, we have someone to talk to. I think it's Ambi, who we're going to be seeing in this interview today.
Oh, what's up, man?
And I'm going to be the one interviewing you. Ambi.
What's up, man?
I don't know if you saw what I said on Twitter. I said, like, you know,
You said I can't do algebra. I saw that.
Listen.
I'm good, man.
It's okay. Because you know what you can do now, Ambi? You can afford a geometry teacher, the greatest one, with all that prize money, all these racks you just earned. How does it feel?
Oh, I'm happy. I'm really good.
You can't even.
Yeah.
You can't even say anything. You don't even know.
I went 2-8
You won
on
2
entry?
championships.
Shoot.
Yeah, you went crazy. I mean, who cares, man? You went crazy. right?
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
Ashton,
yeah.
who was it? Went like 5-0. Who cares, man? You
Yeah.
won a championship 2 in a row. Do you think you're the greatest tier 3 team
Oh, that's been confirmed.
confirmed?
Oh, we've been the greatest. I don't think any T3 team is even like close to us. I'm gonna be honest.
Thank you. Finally some fighting words. And I mean, did you ever feel like you were gonna lose this game? Did it ever feel like, oh man, it's getting a little tough?
No. I mean, we lost Chalet, but I mean, I don't know. Those guys, they always beat us on Chalet. We only played a lot on Chalet, but hey, they can have that map. It's all good. No.
Yeah, that's how you felt. Just like, we don't care, bro.
Yeah, they can have it.
We don't
give
care
some
'cause-
confidence.
You don't care because you're going to the Pro-Am anyway. You came into this like, we're already qualified. We're just gonna win some extra lunch money or something. I don't know.
I mean, we were still trying, like, we didn't even call for the program. We didn't really care that we called. We still want to win. We're not trying to lose on the stream in front of everybody. We're still trying to win it.
Trying to cement that legacy, huh? And
Yeah.
well, hey, I will say,
Trying to get the Wikipedia page up.
yeah, because you know what's coming up next, Ambi. The Pro-Am, and you know that Wikipedia page is a little special. That's gonna have like I think it's gonna be like an A tier or a B tier on it. That's gonna look crazy on your resume.
Yes, sir.
How you guys feeling going into that?
We feel good. It's in 18 days. 18 days. We got 18 days to practice. And take a little
Something
break
like
for
that.
the SCS. Hey, we gonna be there. It's gonna be great.
All right. Well, I hope you guys show up as you are. Listen, I've been saying it for like the past 10 minutes. I think you guys are right up there. Everyone talks about Disrupt and what is it? Oblivion. You guys are right up there
Yeah.
in terms of the all-time T3 ranks, and I hope you show out at that Pro-Am. Continue
So,
the
thank
magic.
you. Thank you.
Congratulations on
Thank
an
you.
epic biblical season.
Yes, sir. Shout out Wichita Wolves. Those guys. Yeah, Dylan, Josh, Orion.
Wait. Oh, hold
Yeah.
on. No. Shout them out because you said I saw that on Twitter too. This dude's giving you a 6-inch sandwich. Where's the foot long?
I'm saying I don't know why he gave me a 6. I'm not gonna complain though, but I'm gonna get a 6-inch sandwich.
No, you're gonna complain. I'm gonna complain for
I'm
you. You're
so
getting
happy.
the foot long.
I'm so
and you're
happy.
getting the Ambi. You're getting the foot long. You're getting the chips, and you're getting the cookie and the drink. They're not gonna just settle. They're just not gonna give you a 6-inch. That's that. Nah.
Hey,
Not for the greatest T3 team
hey,
of all
you
time.
gotta talk to the big dogs for that one.
I will. I'm gonna be in his DMs.
that's
I'm gonna
good.
bark up a tree for
Yeah,
you, brother.
yeah.
Once again, congratulations.
Thank you.
We'll see you at the Pro-Am.
Hey, I'll see you there.
Maybe. You don't know if I'm going.
Oh, I'll still see you there. Don't worry.
Okay. Thank you, Ambi. God bless you.
God bless your soul.
Have a good rest of the evening.
You too. I got no school tomorrow too.
Oh, lit. Let's go.
Yeah.
No school.
Hey, that's what we do.
No. You should go to school. Don't give bad examples, Ambi.
No, I have an off day tomorrow. It's teacher day.
Teacher day. Why?
I have no idea.
You know what? We're going off the rails now. I don't, if your teachers have a teacher day, whatever, enjoy your day off, enjoy the championship.
Thank you. I will. Back to back. That's what we do.
That's what you do.
All right.
Alrighty. Just my favorite interview ever. Envy's just screaming in my ear. They can't hear him. Newers went plus 20. Keep in mind, this dude was plus 50?
Yep.
55 something going into this? They
And he
still
just went
lost.
even more so. But then nobody else on his team going positive. The only thing closer was Vivid going 0-0. And for Wichita Academy, just everybody going like what, plus or minus 1 and then some flats. No real standout players except Ashen on the entry. My gosh, 10-3.
I just can't get over the fact the guy Newers has more kills than everybody, almost double.
Yeah.
For everybody.
Yep. And he had a 77% cost. That is ridiculous.
Hey, but you know what else? You know what's ridiculous? Reed saying, hey, 1.05. MVP.
Honestly, if I don't see him in the next CL split, I'm going to be very disappointed because he is at that level. He has proven to be at that level. He's knocking off top CL teams. He's 18, LFT. Somebody just sign the mans, please.
Or you can just stay with Wichita Academy. Well, actually, hey.
Go to the regular world.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Go
I
up
heard
to the main roster.
I heard they needed somebody. I heard they needed an IGL leader type. May not have to look far, deranged, or whoever's in charge of it. May not have to look far, but yes. How you feeling, C-Dabs? Was that biblical or what?
That was pretty biblical.
But you know what's more biblical?
What's even more biblical than that is our Mike and Ike sweet play of the day, baby.
Holy cow. This one, let's see. I'm not sure what it is. I saw it, but I didn't see it.
I'm going into this one blind. Gonna be pleasantly surprised.
I know.
Yep, now I instantly know. I'll let you take this one, CJ.
I mean, I don't even know what to say. You have Ambi, who at this point, keep in mind, I think Ambi like started like, he was pretty mid to start this game. Let's be real. And he came swinging around this corner. Look, his teammate just runs in like a Muppet, and then look what he does. Yeah, just 360. That was the most ridiculous 360 I've ever seen. It was so casual because this dude plays at 7 billion DPI. But look. That's newer,
so
by the way.
Smooth.
Mr. Plus 30, he just slammed him and then meow. This type
What
of
a 1v4. Sure, it was off stream. We kind of like went back to it after we knew the result of the map. But that round right there got a whole lot of momentum for Wichita Wolves Academy, and it actually led to them overall taking that first map 8-7.
And that was the difference. Because who knows what would have happened if we went to Cafe? The world may never know. All thanks to that, potentially, that clutch. So, like I said, we're witnessing greatness. We actually witnessed history here, folks.
SCS6 make history.
SCS7 make more history.
7 coming soon, maybe. And
Make
we
more
are history. It's not we are Wichita, it's we are history.
Yeah,
I mean, with that, CJ, we are done for the split. Congratulations to Wichita Wolves Academy as they confirm back-to-back regular stage wins. A whole lot of money to them, and their future does indeed look bright. Thank you so much for tuning in. It's been an absolute blast on this tumultuous journey. So many play days all leading up to this, and it capitalized off with a bang. Have a good night, everybody.